Morning, Tom. Can you hear me?
Tony, yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Oh, yep. Okay, just checking.
Hey, if you would, I was messing around with my Zoom here, so I don't know what kind of damage I've done. I was wanting to see if my background is reversed or not.
Yeah, you've got, looks like your regular office background.
Yeah, that's the concrete bunker. I try not to show that off.
No,
Let's see, background and filters. This was which one is it? That one.
that's,
Okay.
that's the normal one that you usually use, I think.
Yeah, is the Western Auto reversed, mirrored, or is it good?
It's reversed. There you go.
Oh, that's weird. Okay. So at least my image I can see myself not mirrored. It's just the image behind me is mirrored. But you're reading Western Auto properly.
Yeah.
All right, all right. Don't forget, this was the first day of the COVID shutdown for Kansas City from a drone.
Oh, okay.
So there's a street there was not a car moving. There wasn't a car moving or a person walking. It was just totally dead, like 10 o'clock in the morning.
I remember.
Yeah, me too, sadly. So where does this thing go? Oh, there we go. Well, looks like another long day. Boy, your video is better, Mark. Except your audio. Do you have any audio, Mark? California earthquake? No audio yet, Mark. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning, Tom. Just checking things out.
Now I got your audio.
Good morning, Joe.
Good morning.
Did you see that chat from the court reporter, Joe?
I didn't.
He's wanting to record, I guess.
Hi, yes, thank you. My name's Lance. I'm the court reporter with Veritext. If I could get permission to record the meeting, that's generally what we do. But if you would prefer that I didn't, I don't necessarily have to. I know that you are already recording, but it's just for backup purposes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Good morning.
Good morning, Teresa.
Good morning to you, Teresa.
Good morning.
Hey, Teresa, just to refresh everyone's memory, I'm good till noon Kansas City time, not too much after that. So
Yeah, yeah, I
thank you.
remember. Yeah, no problem. We appreciate you being here
Thank
for
you.
as long as you can so we
Yeah.
can keep moving.
Yeah.
And I
Sounds
wasn't.
great. Thank you, Teresa.
Yeah, no problem. I wasn't expected to be here, so hopefully my presence also will help move this along today.
You always move things along quickly. Very
Well,
good. Thank you.
Try to do my best. So I see we have, we're still waiting for people to join. I see Tom's here and Tony's here. Is Mike Kelleher going
I
to be
think
here today?
And Joe, did I hear Randy's not here?
Right, Randy's going to be gone today. I saw that in the quorum check, but I just didn't know if Mike and Tom Gorens is going to be here.
Lisa, have you heard from either Mike or Tom Gorence?
She must not be by her desk.
Well, I know last week she was having issues with her mic at Planning Commission last week, so let me message her to see if that's still the case right now, because then
Okay.
it'd be helpful for us to know.
Okay.
Good morning, Teresa.
Good morning, Tom. How are you?
What's left of me is feeling good.
Well, we're glad to see what part of you is left, Mr. Seller. Glad to be here today.
Good morning.
Eventually, the sun's going to tone down on me.
Good morning. Hi, Tony.
Hi. Gets your case resolved.
No, here's the funny thing. It was supposed to start Monday and it was a 3-week-long arbitration, and the arbitration panel decided that my client's part of the case would be kicked down the road. So the two, I was brought in as a third party. Tony, you understand what that means. So the arbitration is proceeding this week, but it's only between the primary, two parties, and then the rest of us will get figured out if they get a decision, how that might be split among us. We'll see.
Okay, that's probably a smart way to go about it.
So I hope the first set of people do a good job, and right. I mean, it is what it is.
Right.
Not been a target in this whole matter. Let's hope I stay that way.
I appreciate that part.
So the good thing,
Tommy, you mentioned the sunrise right behind me. You see the California sun peeking up.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Mhm.
Yep.
yeah, what is it out there? 6 a.m.
2 hours difference.
Oh,
Seven, almost
seven.
seven.
Yeah.
Unless you've got a shadow mask going there, Mark.
You'll
Right,
figure it out in a
Teresa.
minute.
Teresa, Lisa has informed me that Mike is going to be absent today, but Tom Gorant should be here.
Okay. All right. Great. So then we'll have 5. And then we look at the quorums, then I'll check on that. So we have on that one, I think we have 1 quorum today.
Yes.
And I think because the way that was handled, we were all on it. So we'll still have 5 people to hear that case. Great. Okay. And that's number 6. And so Ebbett should still be with us before he has to leave, but we'll go down to 4 members. So applicants will have to understand the significance of that. So probably is a good thing that I'm here today, because otherwise this hearing wouldn't have happened. Because you would not have had, you would have had a struggle.
Yeah.
I thought Kelleher was going to be here, so because I was not going to be
I thought so
available.
too.
I thought so too, but it's okay. Joe, there looks like there's some questions in the chat. Are you seeing those?
Joe, I just responded to the gentleman asking about CDBZA case 124.
7A and 7B, Najma.
No, sir. The 124, it'll be heard on the 26th.
Okay.
I sent him an email.
Okay. Thank you.
So Joe, do we have another meeting this month that we're going to try to have or not?
Yeah, what we're going to ask you guys to do, and we put it on the agenda so that citizens and applicants would know, and applicants have been communicated with individually by their staff planner,
Okay.
is that everything after docket item 20, we've marked as we're going to ask you all to continue those to October 26th. Just taking from what you've been able to manage the past few cycles or past few meetings, it seems that stopping at about somewhere between 18 and 20 cases is about as much as we can do in one meeting. And that would mean that you have 16 cases on the 26th.
Okay.
So,
But are we going to go until 5 today if we can, or what's the plan? Or we'll just do those top cases then and try to.
the plan is to just do the top 19.
Okay.
Because the applicants have all been told already
Okay.
that the
Fair
others
enough.
would be continued.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. Well, I think I can be here on the 26th too. So let me just double check that right now. Yes, I will be here on the 26th. So I will put that down.
Hey, Teresa, for
Yes.
Mark Evans on the 26th, I'll be coming back from Branson, Missouri, so I'm good from noon on, but probably not till noon on
Are we-
that one day.
Okay. So
And
Joe, are we,
no-
okay, are we starting that docket on the 26th at 9 a.m. or are we going to do our 1 o'clock time frame?
At 9 a.m.
Okay. All right. Well, Mark, we'll just have to deal with that. Okay. And then Joe, are we set then still on our regular meeting on the 9th of November? And are we doing that at 9 a.m. as well?
Right now, yes, we are planning 9 a.m. for that because we're currently on it. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we have more than 20 cases on that docket
Okay,
so
okay.
far.
Okay.
Correct.
And then will we try to do another meeting on the 23rd of November so that we continue to catch up, or are we getting things back to normal?
That is yet to be determined,
Okay.
but we're getting closer to being back to normal.
Okay, well, we might want to give ourselves a break and catch up if we need that day, and then go into the new year kind of in a better position. So
That's our thought
Understood.
too. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I would rather take that extra day in the 23rd of November and do that and hear some cases. So.
Yeah.
And then we'd have one meeting like we would normally do in December. And then maybe that would get us back to a position we can decide how many meetings we really need going forward, which we need to have as many as we need to take care of the public. So.
Right.
We may just need to go back to 2 cases. That means people are moving and doing things, which is good for the city. So we'll just have to figure it out.
We are going to prepare, Madam Chair, a year-end report for the board this year to give you an idea of what the scope of the requests were, like what sections of the code were being requested. We're really supposed to do that anyway, so you guys are aware, but also it's helpful for us to identify if we need to ask the city council to make some changes to the ordinance, if the board is granting a lot of variances, for example, to a particular section of the code. We're not, it also just going to help us figure out possibly why there's such a huge increase in cases this year.
Okay.
So,
Oh, that'll be interesting.
yeah.
It's always good to see trends so we know what needs to happen.
I see Tommy. Are we ready to go, Lisa or Teresa?
Yes, I think so. Hi, Tom.
Good morning, Tom.
Good morning, everybody.
Okay. Is the staff ready? And our court reporter, I thought I saw our court reporter on, where'd he go? Oh, there he is.
Yes, I'm
I see,
here.
I see him. Yeah. And I'm sorry, what's your name?
Hi, I'm Lance with Veritex. Good morning.
Good morning, Lance. I'm Teresa Otto. I'm the
Thank you.
chairperson. So, okay. So if everybody's ready, we'll get started. Good morning. I'd like to call this meeting to order. We are once again in our virtual format of taking your cases via Zoom. We thank you for your patience. We have had an inordinate number of cases over the last couple months, so we have been sort of trying to sort through and get those heard, and hopefully we will handle more of those today and some more later this month on the 26th of October. So with that being said, I would like Joe Rexwinkle to give you guys your instructions on how we'll handle the cases today. But before we do that, I'd like all staff members to turn on your cameras and be sworn in for today's hearing, so that our court reporter can see you. If you all would raise your hands with me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, and
Yeah.
each of you, could you state your name for the record, so that we have a record of who took the oaths?
I'm Joe Rexwinkle with City Planning and Development.
Jared Clements with City Planning and Development.
Najma Muhammad, City Planning and Development.
Anna Naniski, City Planning and Development.
Okay, and I think that's all. Thank you. All right.
Zach,
Oh, sorry,
sorry.
Zach. Yep.
Zach Nelson, City Planning and Development. I apologize. My camera is not working for some reason.
Okay, Zach. All right, no problem. Thank you for letting me know that. I didn't see you because I didn't see your face. Okay, but you, Zach, you took the oaths, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. All right. Then Joe, let's instruct the public and their lawyers how we're going to handle today's cases, and I'll call the first case.
So the chair will go down the docket, and the chair will call the case, usually identifying the last 2 digits of the case number as well as the address. When she does that, if you're interested in the case, whether you're an applicant or the citizen in support or opposition, please raise your hand and we will promote you to a panelist position. So the raised hand feature is at the bottom center of your screen in Zoom. Currently, there are 2 types of participants. There are panelists and attendees, and everyone you can see on the screen right now is a panelist. We have the ability to share our video and audio. If you're an attendee, you do not have that ability. So that's why we need you to raise your hand when the case is called that you're interested in, and we'll promote you over to a panelist position. It may appear when you're being promoted as though you're being kicked out of the meeting. Don't be alarmed. You'll rejoin us as a panelist, and it will be at that point that you'll be able to share your video and audio. And we ask that you do that when you join, so that the chair can swear you in at that point. And then the chat feature itself is intended to be used for questions about the order of events and the agenda, as well as technical questions. It's not to be used for discussing the merits of any project. So please refrain from doing that. And I believe that's everything, Madam Chair.
Okay, and Joe, today we're going to stop hearing cases when, I'm sorry, what was the number again?
Yeah, if you've got the docket, and I'll ask Lisa to post a link to the docket in the chat. But if you have the docket beginning with docket item 20, there's a total of 36 items on today's docket. But beginning with docket item 20, we're going to ask the board to continue 20 through 36, docket items 20 through 36 to our special meeting on October 26th. And that is simply because it won't be possible for the board to get through the length, through the number of docket items in one meeting today. So all those customers who have applied for docket items 20 through 36 should be aware already. However, if you're a citizen and you're not aware, we are planning to continue, or asking the board to continue docket items 20 through 36 to the October 26th meeting, which will also begin at 9 a.m. and will be a virtual meeting on Zoom as well.
Thank you, Joe. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't someone online on those last cases if they wanted to log off. Those cases will not be heard today, so we don't want to have you be here for hours and then find out at the end of our day that we will not hear those cases. But we will hear your cases. If you're anyone on those, we will hear them in 2 weeks on October 26th. Okay, with that being said, let's call the docket for today and get started. I'm going to first call 2 cases that I understand are going to be continued out of order and just get those taken care of. The first case that I noticed there's a request for continuance on is docket item 00, and the address, and it's case number 63, but the street address is 9818 Summit. Would the applicant, if you're here, raise your hand so you can be promoted, or anyone in opposition?
Madam Chair, I don't see anyone raising their hand, so the applicant may not be in attendance.
Okay, and Mr. Clements, is this your case?
This is my case.
Okay, so what's the request and why the continuance, please?
Continuance to November 9th without fee. The case wasn't meant to be advertised. There was an error, so it is meant to be heard on November 9th.
Okay, and there is no opposition or anything to this situation, correct?
Correct.
Okay, do I have a motion from a board member on this case to continue it to our November 9th hearing?
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Banuki. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued until November 9th without fee. The next continuance that I note is on docket number 6, case number 65. The address is 5300 East 155th Street. Would the applicant raise their hand to be promoted, as well as any person in opposition?
Madam Chair, I'm promoting Stephen Lucas. I do believe there's a second person that did message, and but she hasn't raised her hand. I'm going to find her and promote her as well.
Okay.
Christine Taylor Butler was the other person who had messaged that she was here for this case.
Okay. And which of the staff have this case?
This is mine. This is Zach Nelson.
Zach, you have this one. Okay. All
Yes.
right. Thank you. Ms. Taylor Butler, what is your interest in the case?
Is this docket 7A and B?
No, it's docket 6.
No, I'm here
Sorry.
for 39th Street, so I'll demote until you're ready.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Ms.
You're
Otto,
welcome.
this
Sorry,
is
that's my
docket
fault.
2.
No worries.
We're not perfect in promotion. There you go. We're kind of imperfect in our promotion. Let's just
And we
say that.
appreciate you.
Thank you. That's very kind. All right. So, Mr. Lucas, can you hear me? Can you turn on your camera and your microphone, please?
That's the wrong one, Teresa.
Oh, that's the wrong
he's
one.
in case number 9.
Oh,
is-
okay. Okay.
No, this is, Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, this is with respect to case number 6, that's correct. So,
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
And so-
good
Good
sorry,
morning.
go ahead.
Good morning.
Madam Chair. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Stephen Lucas. I'm with Rouse Fretz at 4510 Bellevue Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri, here on behalf of the applicant. And there was some, I guess, revisions that the engineers and members of our team needed to make. Zach could probably speak to that if you want more specificity, but that's why staff was recommending a continuance.
Okay. And let me just say the applicant is the company called IDECR. Is that correct, Mr. Lucas?
That is correct, Madam
Okay.
Chair.
And we're not establishing a quorum on this case. This is just a motion for continuance, but I will not be able to hear this case because I have a conflict because of who the applicant is. So I will recuse from hearing this case when we finally hear it. I just want to make sure that everyone knows a continuance doesn't affect the merits of the case. We're just dealing with that. So for that purpose, I can remain, but when we hear this case, I will recuse. Okay. So does staff agree with the request for continuance to November 9th?
Yes, Madam Chair. This case has not been heard by City Plan Commission yet. Staff requests continuous to November 9th without fee.
Okay. Does the board have any questions? Do I therefore have a motion based on the presentation of Mr. Lucas and Mr. Nelson?
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second.
The second from Mr. Banuki. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued to November 9th. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lucas. All right. I think we have another continuance still in our docket we're going to hear yet today, which is docket number 9, case number 97. The address is 3030 Troost Avenue. Would the applicant and anyone in opposition on this case please raise your hand to be promoted?
Miss Otto,
Yes.
that case no longer needs to be continued because they did pay their fee.
Okay.
However, docket item number 3, CD SUP 2021-00066, that is also going before continuance,
Okay.
as well as docket items number 17 and 18.
Okay. Well, let's go back to docket item number 3 then, which is case number 66 with an address of 14707 Prospect Avenue. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, as well as any opposition that is online?
Madam Chair, no one is raising their hand.
Okay. And who is the staff person on docket item 6?
This one is Shoe Wood, and
Oh, okay.
I can tell you on this one that it hasn't gone to Planning Commission either, so that's the reason for the continuance. This is a special use permit.
Okay.
That needs to go to Planning Commission first.
All right, then board members, can I have a motion on this case as it relates to continuing this matter to November 9th without a fee?
So
I have a motion from Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Banuki. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued to November 9th. And then I believe, Anna, you said 17 and 18, is that right?
Correct.
All right, let's move to docket 17. Case number 109 with an address of 3759 Washington Street. Would the applicant and any persons in opposition online please raise their hand to be promoted?
Madam Chair, the applicant is not in attendance today. They are requesting continuance because they are out of the country right now.
Okay, anyone else raise their hand as interested in this case?
Yes, Jim Martin has raised his hand and I am trying to promote him. I do think everyone's Zoom has a new feature that requires you to accept promotion.
Mm-hmm.
So if you receive that request, it's me trying to promote you. So please accept it.
Okay. Mr. Martin, can you hear me, sir? If you can, please turn on your camera and microphone.
Here I am.
Yeah, good morning. Sir, are you here and interested in 3759 Washington Street?
Yes, I am.
Okay, the applicant is not here today and has asked for a continuance, so we will not be hearing testimony on this case, and it will likely be continued until one of our meetings in November.
Okay.
Okay, so are you in here in opposition to whatever this case is about?
Yes, I am.
Okay, then we would encourage you to listen to what date it's continued to and come back at that time.
When will is that what you're doing now?
Yeah, so yeah, pay attention to what the date is and then you'll know. Okay.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right. All right. Thank you, Mr. Martin, for participating this morning. All right, board members. Again, so Anna, what was the requested date of continuance to?
October 26th.
October 26th. Okay. Board members, any questions? If not, I would entertain a motion to continue this matter.
So moved.
I have a motion for Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second for Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter has been continued to October 26th, and we will take it up at that time. Thank you, Mr. Martin. All right, then I think we have one more continuance, which is docket item 18 with a case number of 118, and the address is 650 West 67th Street. Again, if anyone is an applicant, is online, please raise their hand to be promoted, or anyone who's here in opposition to this case. You're hearing nothing, Mr.
Yeah.
Rex? Okay.
Yeah, I don't see anyone raising their hand.
Okay. And Jared, is this your case?
This is my case.
Okay. Why is the continuance needed?
It is the same applicant who is out of the country.
Okay. All right. So again, is this one being continued to October 26th? Is that the request?
That is the
Okay.
request, yes.
Okay. Board members, do I have a motion on this case?
So moved.
So
I have a motion for Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second? I have a second for Mr. Ebbets. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued to our October 26th hearing. Okay, I believe that takes cares all the continuance, Anna, or is there anything
Teresa?
else?
Madam
Yes.
Chair, we have
Chairman
two.
Otto, I think you missed number 2.
Oh, I did miss
You
number
missed
2.
it.
Oh, I did?
No, we did number 2.
We did 2. I did 00. I did 2. I did 3. And I've done 17 and 18. Is there anything else in between 0 and 19 that I need to address for continuance?
Yes, we have 2 more things to clarify.
Okay.
So a case that was originally heard on June 8th of this year was continued to this Board of Zoning Adjustment meeting due to staff error. It was left off this docket, but CD BZA 2021-00014 needs to be continued.
So it's not on this list, this docket at all today?
Correct.
Okay, give me the number again. I'm sorry.
CD BZA 2021-00014.
Okay, so let me call that case, which is CD. I'm just going to call it case number 14 because I think that's what we referred to it.
No worries.
Okay, is there anyone present online on this case? What's the street address, Anna?
1 second. 8300 North Green Hills Road.
Okay. All right. Hearing that address, is there anyone online interested in that case in any way? If so, raise your hand.
I don't see anyone raising their hand, Madam Chair.
Okay. Having heard that, Anna, what is the request? We continued this to the October 26th hearing date.
The law representative associated with this case has requested more time to work on this appeal.
Okay. And so what is the recommendation? Take it into November?
They have requested to take it to January 11th of 2022.
And Madam Chair, I can tell you that we're okay with that because they're filing a zoning application that's going to take a few months to work its way through approval process.
Yeah, thank you. That's going to say, why would the board give such a long continuance? I would want to understand the reason. Okay, with that explanation, do I have a motion, gentlemen, for a continuance in case number 14 to January 11th, 2022?
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Banuki. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And anyone in opposition? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued until January 11th, 2022. Okay. And Anna, you said there was one more item we needed to take care of before I move back to the normal docket?
Correct. This is more of an FYI due to some of the last minute continuances that staff have received. We have decided to move docket number 29 up today's date due to safety concerns that's surrounding the need for the variance. So we will hear docket number 29 at the end of 19.
Okay, fair enough. Got it. All right. Thank you for that. Gentlemen, let's get started. My gentlemen board members, usually I have Randy, so I have a little more diversity, but today I just have all my gentlemen friends, right? Okay. All right, let's get started. Let's go to docket number 0. And the case number is 67. The address is 3662 Gillum Road. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, along with any persons who are here in opposition or support of this request for variance?
Madam,
go ahead. Okay, I'll go. And I apologize, I missed this one too. This case is being withdrawn because there's no longer a need for a variance.
So do we just need to do a motion to dismiss the matter with prejudice? Right?
Yes, yes, please.
Do I have a motion to dismiss this matter with prejudice?
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Banuki. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter has been dismissed. Then let's move on to item number 1, which is case number 63 with an address of 5199 Northeast 85th Terrace. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, along with all other persons who are here in support or opposition of this request for a special use permit?
Madam Chair, I'm promoting Jeff Laubach and Jonathan Walker.
Good morning, Mr. Laubach. Can you hear me?
I can.
Thank you. Sir, would you state your full name, please?
Jeffrey Laubach.
And could you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Laubach, you're here representing the applicant, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And who was the other gentleman that needed to be added?
It's Jonathan Walker.
Oh, yes. Yes, yes, sir. Can you state your name?
Yes, Jonathan Woker. I'm
Mr.
a site development manager for Casey's.
Okay, so you're part of the applicant, correct?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Woker, would you please raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. And that was all of our people joining us, correct, Joe?
That's correct.
Okay. And which gentlemen, have you reviewed the staff report that was created as it relates to this request for special use permit?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Laubach, do you have any objection to my admitting the administrative exhibits found in that document on page 3 above Mr. Nelson's signature, that number 1 through 10?
No issues.
Okay, those administrative exhibits will be admitted. Among those is the PowerPoint presentation. Zach Nelson, when you're ready, would you please present to the board? And then we'll hear from Mr. Laubach and Mr. Woker.
Yes, thank you. And I have an exhibit I would like to submit as well. I'm not sure if it's showing on the screen.
It is
an owner affidavit.
Yes, we see that.
So I would like to submit that as exhibit number 11 before I begin.
Okay, okay, after seeing it, exhibit 11 will be admitted.
Okay, thank you. Just a moment. So I'll be very brief with my presentation. This was before this board last month, and this was continued due to one of the conditions. But this is for a proposed Casey's. This is located up north. More specifically, the subject site is just south of 152 on the east side of Brighton Avenue. So just a brief overview, the request is for a special use permit to allow for fuel sales in the B3-2 zoning district. The applicant is proposing a new KCC store, and that'll include 16 fuel pumps. So this is looking east at the site. It's currently undeveloped. And so this is just a quick plan showing the overall Brighton Creek development. And then the subject site we're discussing is in the red here. So the site plan that the applicant has submitted is a Casey's facing westward with fuel pumps on the west side of the building. There'll be vehicular access off of all 3 roads to the north, east, and south. And then the landscaping, there will be new street trees and shrubs provided. Sorry, I apologize. I'm going very quickly through this. These are the building elevations. It'll be 4-sided brick with stone column corners. There you go. And then these are the fuel canopies as well. However, the condition that caused the continuance at the last meeting is condition number 21 here. It states that the proposed Northeast 81st Street shall be improved to city standards, including curbs and gutters, sidewalks, streetlights, relocating any utilities as needed, and obtaining required permit from Land Development Division for said improvements prior to recording the plat or issuance of a building permit, whichever occurs first. And Northeast 81st Street, if I could go back really quickly, that is shown as this tract A to the north here. And this is shown as a private tract. And the controlling ordinance, the controlling committee sub for the overall Brighton Creek development stated that the developer shall design and construct all interior public streets to city standards, including curb gutters, storm sewers, streetlights, and sidewalks. And specifically, it only required that for public streets. And so I think that's what is causing the confusion in terms of this condition. And so I'm not sure if Stacy or anybody from Land Development Division is on the call. I've tried to contact them, and I haven't had any confirmation yet regarding this condition.
So are we still in the same position we were at last meeting, that we're uncertain how to handle this? That seemed like a problem to not have that answer today.
Yeah, we've hold on just a moment.
And
we have tried.
Yep.
This is Joe. We have tried to get a hold of her, and yesterday there was a meeting between her, the director, and me, and we had the understanding we would hear from her by today, but we haven't. And Zach did find the controlling ordinance that approved this development plan. This is part of a multi-lot or multi-phase development plan, and as he noted, that the condition in that ordinance that was approved by City Council only requires public streets to be built to city standards. It does not say anything about private streets. So with that in mind, we would support removal of condition 21, staff from our group.
Because everyone, that's what I was going to say. It seems to me there's no disagreement that the street in question is not a public street, right?
That's right, it's not.
Okay, all right. Board members, do you have questions about this issue? I don't think so. Okay. So, Mr. Laubach, other than condition 21, which was put in place by the Plan Commission, did you have any other objections to the 31 conditions that were placed on you by the Plan Commission for us to consider in our approval process?
No, only 21
Okay.
requests for removal.
Okay. All right. And let me just double check with staff. I didn't see that there was a quorum on this case, and I did think that we had heard this case to some degree the last time. Did we take evidence on it? I thought we did. So I want to just make sure that myself and the other 4 board members that are here today heard this case last time. Can someone confirm they did?
Lisa, will you please check quickly?
Sorry. I mean, I need to.
No, it's.
Yeah, we need to. Yeah,
no
we
need to
need.
apologize.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if other board members were at the last meeting, so I think all 5 of us were. That was my memory, but
Yes, I remember.
yeah.
I think you're right that we did establish a quorum, and I think all of you were like, at least 7 of you. Yeah, all 7 of you were there. I guess there's only 7 of you now.
Right. Okay. So then we're good. All right. So hearing that and understanding that the board members, the 5 board members that are on the hearing today or at the hearing today were there and heard evidence at the last meeting, then gentlemen, I would be able to entertain a motion from one of you on this matter, please.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Stiller.
I would move that in case number 63, that the board approve the request with the removal of condition number 21.
And is that also in accordance with the site plan and staff report?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Goritz. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request is granted as stated. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay. Then I believe we're skipping ahead due to continuances to docket item 4, case number 68, with an address of 906 Grand Boulevard. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, as well as any persons who are online today to either support or oppose this request for a special use permit?
Madam Chair, I'm promoting Joe Oakes and Roxanne Koch, who are representing the applicant.
Thank you.
Those are the only people that have raised their hand.
Okay. Good morning, Ms. Koch. Do you want to start by stating your name, please?
Good morning. My name is Roxanne Koch with Pulcinelli, representing the applicant today. And also with me is Joe Oakes, and I'm going to let Joe drive this one today.
Okay. All right.
Okay,
How about if you both raise your hands then? And actually, Joe, would you state your full name, please, first?
Yep. Joe Oakes, Pulcinelli as well.
Okay, you both please would raise your right hands. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah,
I do.
Thank you. And Joe, there were no other people raising their hands as it related to this case, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Oakes, have you reviewed the staff report that has been created as it relates to your client's request for special use permit?
Yeah.
And on page 3 of that report, above Mr. Clement's signature, there are 9 administrative exhibits that have been listed. Do you have any objection to my admitting those for the board's consideration this morning?
I do not.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. Jared, when you're ready, please start with your PowerPoint presentation, and then we'll have questions for Mr. Oakes and Ms. Koch.
Sure thing. Good morning, everyone. Before us, we have docket item number 4. This is a special use permit to operate a hotel on a boulevard. The location is 906 Grand. They have met their public engagement meeting requirements. The subject site is in the downtown loop. It's at the southwest corner of East 9th Street and Grand Boulevard. This is a street view of the subject site. The key points of the case: it's a renovation of an existing building, the Rialto building. The subject property lies within 150 feet of Grand Boulevard. The lack of on-site parking necessitates a valet lane for optimal operation. The applicant has worked closely with city staff in the design of this valet lane. Staff has determined that this application meets all applicable review criteria for a special use permit. The project and its design are compatible with the character of the surrounding area and is in the interest of public convenience. It complies with all applicable standards of the Zoning and Development Code, as well as the Downtown Area Plan and the Making Grand Plan. Staff does not anticipate there being a significant adverse impact on pedestrian safety or comfort. CPC recommended approval with conditions as listed in the conditions, corrections, and recommendation report. With that, I will conclude my presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Oakes, tell this board why you believe we should approve the special use permit that you're asking for.
Absolutely. And thank you, Jared, for the presentation. Thank you, Chairwoman Otto, BZA board members. Again, Joe Oakes with the Polson Law Firm, appearing this morning on behalf of 906 Grand Boulevard Development LLC. So specific request again is for special use permit approval for hotel and motel use. I'm going to share screen here as well. Okay, are you all able to see that presentation right now?
I can. We'll probably need to mark this as an exhibit, Mr. Oakes, because you're presenting it. So let's mark your presentation as exhibit 10, and I will admit it. And you'll need to get a copy to the staff when we're done. Okay.
Absolutely, will do.
Yeah. So in the future, you might want to have that marked in advance and share with the city. Okay.
Absolutely. Apologize, Chairwoman.
That's okay.
But again, the property here is in the city's downtown core district. So downtown core, as you know, permits most commercial uses by right, including hotel and motel uses. Special use permit approval here is required because we are along the boulevard. So notwithstanding the foregoing, the project is going to be compatible with most surrounding uses and development standards, including the city's boulevard and parkway standards. So, you know, with that, I think Jared did do a great job outlining the specific requests. So we're happy to stand for questions and answer them as they come. We do have additional, pages to reference or present if needed, but I'll turn it over to you all.
Okay. Mr. Oakes, does your client agree to all of the plan conditions that were put on the project, that number 1 through 4 that are included in the staff report?
We do, and we've worked closely with Jared and city staff to help get that going. So, yep.
Okay. Does the board understand this request or have questions for staff or the applicant?
Madam Chair, I have a question for the applicant.
Yes, Mr. Stiller, go ahead.
Could you give us just a quick overview of the of any exterior work, landscaping and lighting?
Sure, absolutely. So I think I'm still sharing as well. So this is a historic conversion of the 109-year-old historic Rialto building into an approximately 239-room hotel. The project, there's not going to be a ton of exterior changes here, but the one that I suppose was discussed most at CPC isn't really an exterior change, but we're going to be operating a valet lane in front of the property. Let me show you here. This is very quickly before I move on. This is going to be a $65.7 million remodel. And when completed, again, it's going to include 239 rooms.
Mr. Oakes, you're really dropping away. If you could get closer to your microphone, and you're really echoing.
Sure, no problem.
That's much better.
So I will show you one one thing here that was discussed at length with the city. This is our valet plan. So we worked with city staff, public works, parks, the Downtown Neighborhood Association at great length in regards to the valet plan and what might be acceptable for this curb cut. Originally, we were proposing up to a 13-foot curb cut, but in the interest of preserving the existing sidewalk and working with other stakeholders, we're now proposing an extension.
And Mr. Oaks, we're dropping you completely. You're dropping away. We can't hear you.
My apologies. How about now?
Yeah,
Chairwoman?
you're just going to stay really close to your microphone, I think.
Got it. So we're proposing an extension to the street via a new sidewalk shoulder to provide a buffer separating pedestrians from southbound valet traffic, and a 124 square foot green bay for a future tree for purposes of satisfying the Making Grand streetscape plan. So here, the sidewalk is 19 feet 6 inches, and all of that is going to be preserved. We've also added new bike racks near the extended shoulder, along with a sloped sidewalk for ADA access. And it's here we show an access aisle as well. The access aisle itself does not slope at a 5-degree ramp as we originally proposed. Instead, the entire sidewalk is going to slope at 2%. And in addition, we're going to have a detectable warning surface and bollards flush with the street. Finally, we're going to have a 12-foot cantilevered canopy along the entrance area. Again, this is going to be cantilevered, which is going to free up a lot of space in the sidewalk, as we're not going to have any concrete columns or other structures in the walkway. So let me know what other questions I can answer on the proposal or on the valet lane.
Mr. Stiller, did he answer your questions?
That covered it. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other questions from board members? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion on this matter.
Madam Chair, Mark Ebbets here. In case number 60.
Actually, your case.
Recommend the board of.
I'm sorry, can you broke up again? You said case number, what did you say?
Case number 68.
Okay, go ahead.
I recommend to approve the request in accordance with site plan, staff report, and.
I have a motion from Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And chair votes.
Aye.
I'm sorry, did I have an opposed? Okay, I must not have. Chair votes with the motion. This matter is approved as stated. Thank you both. Mr. Oaks, if you'd stop sharing your screen, please.
Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Ebbets, you're breaking up a little bit, so just wanted to have you know that, okay? All right, let's move then to docket number 5, case number 70, with an address of 1008 East 44th Street, with the applicant and any persons who are here today, either in support of this request for special use permit or in opposition. Please raise your hand to be promoted.
The applicant is raising their hands. I believe that Joseph Rexwinkle stepped away from his computer. Do we have another co-host on who can promote Mr. Bates?
Let me work on that. I am not a co-host. Shall we move to the next case until we can get that figured out?
Well, we'll have to.
Yeah, I'd rather
any applicant.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, I'd rather not. Can I do it? How do you promote? Does a court, who else has it? Does a court reporter have, who has, no, he doesn't either. Okay.
I'm sitting next to Joe. I'll try to speak with him real quick.
Okay, thanks, Zach.
Sure.
Thanks, Zach.
Yes, I apologize. I was not giving any hosting permissions. Otherwise, I would be able to.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. Zach will figure it out. He can. We usually have two people that can be host, right? For this reason, because people sometimes get called away. To the people on the panel, bear with us. We'll keep moving here, I promise. Okay, it looks like Zach figured it out. I see Mr. Bates has been promoted. Mr. Bates, if you could turn on your camera and your microphone. Mr. Bates, can you hear me, sir?
I can.
Thank you. Okay, sir, could you state your name, please?
William Bakes.
And could you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Bates. And I believe no one else raised their hand. Is that correct, Jared?
That is correct.
Okay. Mr. Bates, have you reviewed the staff report that was created based on your request for a special use permit in this matter?
I have.
Okay. If you will look on page 3 of that report, above Mr. Clement's signature, there are a list of exhibits, those number 1 through 9. Do you have any objection to my admitting those for the board members to review today to make a decision on your case?
No.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. And one of those is a PowerPoint about the case. I'm going to have Jared show us that, and then sir, we'll have questions. Okay. All right, Jared, when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before us, we have docket item number 5. This is a short-term rental special use permit. In this case, the special use permit is required because the applicant was not able to obtain consent from 55% of adjacent property owners. They did meet their public engagement requirements. This is the subject site. It's off of Troost Avenue between Harrison Street and Troost on East 44th Street, right near Gillum Park. It's within the boundaries of the Midtown Plaza area plan. So these are the key points of the case. It is an existing non-owner occupied short-term rental special use permit. The special use permit's not existing, but the short-term rental is, to be clear. Staff has not received any communication opposed to or in favor of this request. The conditions associated with the case are that the applicant must renew the special use permit every 3 years and must keep their registration up to date. Staff finds that this proposal meets the special use permit approval criteria. CPC did vote to recommend approval with conditions of this case. With that, I will conclude my presentation.
Okay, Mr. Bates, can you tell me a little bit about this structure? How big is it and how you intend to use it as a rental? Just give the board a little background, please.
It's a 3-bedroom, 3-bathroom, 1,300 square foot house. It's going to be used as a short-term rental on a regular basis, mainly on the weekends. It doesn't have a whole lot of parking. It's just a small house.
So are you limiting the number of folks that you would rent to at any one time?
Yeah, I always have.
Okay, and what's your limit?
My limit is 7.
Okay, and do you rent it to one party at a time, or are you trying to divide out the house among different parties?
No, it's just a house. It's right next door to my other houses. So I only do a house at a time. No other parties.
Okay, and you're not aware of any neighborhood complaints of noise or inappropriate use of the house?
No.
Okay. All right, board members, what questions do you have for Mr. Bates? Okay.
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, Tom.
Mr. Bates, 7 people with a 2-bedroom.
3.
It's a 3-bedroom, Tom.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I heard 2.
That's okay.
Sorry, William.
That's okay.
Go ahead. Any other questions? Okay. And Mr. Bates, your understand of the conditions that the Plan Commission put on this on the approval. And do you have any objections to those?
I don't have any objections.
Okay. All right. Hearing that and hearing no other comments, I would entertain a motion on this request.
Madam Chair, excuse me, in case number 70, I recommend that the applicant's request be granted in accordance with the site plan and the staff report.
I have a motion from Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Gorance. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request is granted. Thank you, Mr. Bates.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
You too.
All right. Let's move along here to item number 6, case number 96, with an address of 826 West 54th Terrace. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, as well as all persons who are here in support or opposition of this request for variance? This case does have a required quorum of Mr. Ebbets, Mr. Gorance, Ms. Otto, Mr. Stiller, Mr. Banuki, Mr. Kelleher, and Ms. Mixdorf, and we have 5 of those members present today, so we can continue. Anna, is this your case? Okay. Have we promoted those people that are the applicant?
I am promoting Amy and Aaron Gall, who are the applicant, and
Okay.
I'll also be promoting 3 additional people, Ryan White, Ryan Muntz, and Megan Heese.
Okay, we'll get them all here and we'll find out who in addition to the applicant we have. All right, Mr. and Mrs. Gall, if you could turn on your microphone and your camera, please. Okay. Ms. Gall, can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay, could you state your name, please?
Amy Gall.
And you're one of the applicants, correct?
Yes. I
Okay,
am.
would you raise your hand to be sworn in today? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Mr. White, can you state your name, please?
Good morning, Ryan White, on behalf of Aaron and Patricia Lewis. Patricia Lewis is here with me today.
Okay. I'm sorry, Ms. White, can you state your full name?
It's Miss Lewis.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Lewis. I'm sorry. I knew I was going to do that wrong. I'm looking at the name. He didn't say White. Sorry. All right. That's what I'm saying. Ms. Lewis, can you state your full name, please?
Yes, Patricia Lewis.
Okay. Mr. White and Ms. Lewis, please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes.
Okay. And who else am I? Oh, Aaron. Mr. Gall, can you turn on your microphone, please? Okay. Mr. Gall, can you state your name, please?
Aaron Gall.
And would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anyone else that I've missed? Oh, is it Heese or Heese? Can you turn on your microphone and your camera?
See here.
I can. Okay. And Ms. Heese, would you state your name, please?
It's Megan Heese.
It's Heese. Okay, I apologize. Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Ryan Muntz, are you interested in this case?
I'm here in support.
Okay, can you turn on your microphone, please? And your camera. Thank you. Sir, would you state your full name for the record?
Ryan Muntz.
And would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And you're in support. And Ms. Heese, you're in support, is that correct?
I am, yes.
Okay.
And I have documentation that Amy will be using, so I'll have to share my screen.
Has that been marked as an exhibit?
It has not yet.
Okay, what is it?
It's basically her like a PowerPoint that they put together, showing a few items that they want to go through. See if I can.
Well, I just need to know before I can understand if it's admissible or not. That's why I need a definite.
Email correspondence between us and the opposition, along with evidence to show our efforts to mitigate any water runoff from our property, and also documents in support of our request.
Okay. Can someone on staff tell me, and I think at the last hearing, it looks like we had 12 exhibits that were admitted. did we admit any other documents outside of those 12? Can staff tell me that?
No, the revised staff report, it shows 12 exhibits and those are all up to date.
Okay, so this PowerPoint that is on behalf of the applicant, we will mark that as Exhibit 13. I will admit it, but I will need to get a copy of it sent to staff when we're finished with this hearing, okay? All right. Okay, who else is here on this case that I haven't heard from? Anyone? Is there any other person who's hearing it in support or opposition?
We see no other raised hands.
Okay, all right. All right, so then let's move forward. Mr. and Mrs. Gall, I don't know who's going to take the lead here, but there is a revised staff report today that was published. Have you had a chance to review that document?
No.
Okay, so it's similar to the staff report that was done at the last hearing. It sets forth the issues and summarizes issues. And at the end, there are the 12 administrative exhibits again. So the revised staff report is a new exhibit. And so I believe, okay, Anna, I'm concerned, which I thought we had admitted 12 exhibits. I don't see the revised staff report as a new number. Or
it's number 11.
Okay, so did you not keep the old so is this going to
the old staff report is also an exhibit. It's number 7.
Okay, so I didn't admit 11 the last time is what you're telling me, right?
Correct. 11 is new and 12 is new today.
Okay, thank you. That's what I'm trying to clarify. All right,
My apologies.
That's right, Mr. and Mrs. Gall. Then it appears in looking at the staff report, the only question I have for you today is I would ask Exhibit 11 and Exhibit 12 among the administrative exhibits are described as the revised staff report for today, created by staff. And Exhibit 12 is the revised plan, site plan. So any objection to my admitting Exhibits 11 and 12? Okay, Exhibits 11 and 12 will be admitted. Anna, why don't you bring the board back up to date? We continued this for I think a number of reasons, but I'd like you to bring the board up to speed as to where we are and what happened at the end of the hearing.
Yeah. Okay, so this particular case focuses on 82-6 West 54th Terrace. The existing zoning is R10, and the applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the side yard setback. The site is located just west of Luce Park. This is a close-up of the site highlighted in yellow. You can see Luce Park over here to the east. This is some photos submitted by the property owner to show exactly where this addition is going for their additional storage area. This is the original plan submitted that you would have reviewed back in August. And this is the revised site plan, which shows a little bit of a deviation from the side yard setback. So they are, this is a bigger gap. The required side yard setback is 8 feet. They are now proposing 4.6 feet, which results in the new variance to be 3.4 feet. And that concludes my presentation.
Anna, how much of a reduction is this in the variance request from the initial plan?
1 second. It is around 1.8
Of a
difference.
of a decrease, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. and Mrs. Gall, let's hear from you as to why you believe the board should grant you this variance.
Is it possible for me to take time to address the opposition's concerns as well as why we want the variance?
That's fine.
So thank you all for allowing us to speak with you today. At the original hearing, our neighbors to the east who are in opposition made several claims, many of which we take exception. Further detail. We want to respect the board's time and have done our best to try to keep this brief. Since the majority of their objection relates to past events, we'll start there.
Ms. Gall, Ms.
Yes.
Gall, can I pause you for a minute? There's really bad feedback. Are you and Mr. Gall in the same room on different cameras?
No, we're on separate cameras.
Okay.
I'm going to be the one speaking, so maybe Aaron, you mute yourself until.
Yeah, that'd be great. If there's just interference, I don't know if it's, let's see if that helps. Okay, it's really hard for the court reporter to understand what you're saying and us. So I want to be fair so we can hear you. Okay. Try again. Let's see if we still have it.
So since the majority of their concerns of their objection relates to past events, we would like to start there as we feel their account is not wholly accurate. The opposition clearly invested a lot of effort in putting a case together, trying to point blame at us for needing to install a fence between our properties. In truth, the previous fence was over 20 years old at that time and was in disrepair. In fact, we have documentation that shows them thanking us for repairing a portion that was actually falling over. And because they have a pool, it's their obligation to have a fence. We were never once notified directly from our neighbors that they were having any issues with drainage from our property. Our first knowledge of any water drainage issue came when repeated complaints to the city were made against us. The complaints were regarding water discharge plus an unsubstantiated claim that we were performing work on our property without a permit. These were all anonymous. You can see documentation of the specific events in our exhibit on page 1. It wasn't until after the city inspectors came to our property twice that we were able to discern that it was our neighbors to the east, Patty and Aaron Lewis. Sorry, I lost my screen here.
No, I think Ms. Heath is sharing exhibit 13, which is showing us the page 1 that you were just referencing.
I'll have to go here because now I cannot see my notes.
I can stop sharing.
I got it. No, it's fine. I got it. We discerned that it was our neighbors to our east, Patty and Aaron Lewis, that had made the complaints. On both accounts, the city found no violation on our part, as you can see. Once we knew of the issue and who was making the complaints, my husband reached out to them and spoke to them directly. He expressed that if they ever have any issues with us or our property, we would definitely appreciate it if they would come to us directly before making any false or unnecessary claims to the city. We hoped at that time that we had come to an understanding. As previously mentioned, a city inspector came to our property twice and both times confirmed we were not in violation, nor did we bear any obligation to do anything different. However, once we realized the concerns of our neighbors, we went through considerable effort to make modifications to prevent water discharge from our property. The lengths we went to were far greater than simply putting down some gravel as our neighbors suggested at the previous hearing. In fact, we spent thousands of dollars plumbing in a new network of buried drain lines that discharge all the gutters and sump pumps to our front yard and drain to the street. You can see this in page 2 of our exhibit. In addition, we rewrited the area to reduce the elevation fall on the east side of our house. As you can see from the exhibit, we provided our efforts to reduce drainage worked, contrary to the statement that the opposition made at the previous hearing. It should be noted that we did this gladly to be good neighbors, even though we had no obligation to do so. We have an email dated October 8th, 2017 from Patty, thanking us for the efforts we made to address the water issues and acknowledge that they no longer had any water runoff from our sump pump. The email further states in so many words that anything beyond the improvements we made are on them. This email is page 3 in our exhibit. Fast forward to this year when we applied for this variance. Before the hearing, my husband Aaron took time to contact both Aaron and Patty and speak with them directly. He informed them of our proposed project and offered to send them a copy of the plans and any other information they wish to have. He asked them to please let us know directly if they have any comments or concerns. When my husband asked for their thoughts, at that time they simply said they guessed it would be okay as long as it didn't cause any additional runoff to their property. The following week, Aaron Lewis, and my husband had an email exchange, and my husband again offered up our plans and again asked them to let us know if they have any comments, questions, or further concerns. See pages 4 and 5 in the exhibit for the specific email. We received no word from them after we provided the information they asked for. Had they contacted us, it might have given us the opportunity to address their concerns the old-fashioned way, neighbor to neighbor, without lawyers and without wasting city time. Because of our attempt at transparency and willingness to maintain goodwill, as you can imagine, we were surprised when they showed up at the hearing in opposition, trying to create a narrative that we caused them harm. They have never once come to us directly with their concerns. Instead, we were blindsided by our neighbor bringing an attorney armed with a 46-page repetitive document detailing costs for backyard improvements they chose to make that have nothing to do with our previous construction. We can't help but feel this could have been handled differently and are disappointed that during the hearing, our neighbors did not acknowledge our efforts, time, and money that went into solving an issue the city confirmed we had no obligation to solve. Now to quickly address their specific objections. They stated that we would need to have access to their property to complete this new construction. First, this is false. Our contractor has confirmed there is no reason at any time that we will need to enter, have access to, or disturb their property. Second, we find this an interesting concern given that in 2018, they emailed us, see page 6, requesting access to our property to build a new retaining wall fence. We happily allowed this access as we want to promote goodwill, and we also believe, we also fully support people improving their private property. Unfortunately, during the construction of the fence, we lost internet, and upon inspection, we discovered that our Google Fiber line had been cut in 2 locations by the fence contractor. See pages 8 and 9 for those photos.
Ms. Gall, please keep your voice up a little bit. You're kind of fading in and out. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
My husband and I work from home, and this inconvenience caused us to lose valuable work time. It appeared that a proper locate had not been completed on our side of the property line, as there were no apparent utility markers in sight. We contacted Patty directly to allow her and her contractor the ability to rectify this mistake. See page 7 in the exhibit for the specific email that I sent. We had to relocate for 2 full work days before our service was restored, but we wanted to allow our neighbor the opportunity to solve this without involving any outside parties. There was also expressed concern that our project will create another water runoff issue for our neighbor to the east. In truth, once our proposed project is complete, there will actually be less superficial runoff toward their property. We want to make it known that it is in our plans to allow for proper guttering at the roof lines and bury them in the ground, as we have done with all of the other downspouts on that side of our home. This will eliminate runoff toward their property and direct it toward the street. It should also be noted that the solid concrete retaining wall that sits between our properties is at least 3 inches above grade on our side of the property at the lowest point, and in many places it's 6 inches or higher. One could easily conclude that in order for water runoff from our property to theirs, we would need to see flood level rainfall. Concern was raised that a structure being built 4.5 feet from the property line could cause the structural integrity of the retaining wall to be compromised. There is no basis or evidence for this projected concern, nor did they adequately provide any. This is an issue that my husband can address, as this is his line of expertise, as he's a licensed professional geotechnical civil engineer with knowledge of the specific subject matter. After the previous hearing, we immediately reached out to the opposition via email, as you can see on page 10 and 11, expressing a desire to put water under the bridge and talk through any concerns they have and work toward a neighborly resolution outside of this hearing. Both efforts at a sit down were ignored or disregarded, as you can see. Since the previous hearing, we have taken note that you can't throw a stick in our neighborhood without hitting a garage or carriage house that is constructed much closer than 8 feet from the side lot line. Within a couple blocks from us, there are numerous examples of this. And currently 3 blocks north of us, there's a garage structure being built at what appears to be around 2 feet from the lot line. The point is, this is very common in our neighborhood, and we will happily provide more examples if necessary. Also, we thought it might be of interest. Please see page 13 in the exhibit. The garage structure belonging to the Lewis's eastern neighbor sits directly on the property line. Okay, and in summary, I'd like to address why we are requesting this variance. We love this house, we love this neighborhood, but unfortunately we are dealing with one of the smallest lots in our HOA. At some point, unfortunately for us, 20 feet of our lot that was originally platted was sold off and added to the lot east of us, the opposition, to build the existing garage addition. You can see the planning on page 14. We are limited by the size of our lot when it comes to building additional storage structure of any kind. Based on the current code, our lot size would not support constructing even a legal secondary shed structure. In any case, as you can see, no matter what, we are at the mercy of this board. Our request for a side setback variance is in an interest to improve our home and add value to it, which in turn has the potential to add value to our neighborhood. We are currently working with a landscape architect to improve our landscape, as well as repair and replace deteriorating hardscape at the front of our home. And we are holding off on these improvements in the hope that this board will grant our variance, so we might complete construction first. You can see a rendering of the proposed improvements on page 16. This addition is the next step in upgrading our home to accommodate our growing family over the next 10 years. Our house is seriously lacking in storage. The majority of our basement is crawl space, and there is no attic space at all in this house. This variance would allow us the additional storage space to store our children's bikes, scooters, and sports equipment, along with lawn equipment and home improvement tools needed to maintain the exterior of our home in a fashion fitting this beautiful neighborhood. This variance would allow us to use our existing garage to park our vehicles. This is more than just for convenience. It's also somewhat of a safety issue. Being in such close proximity to the park, cars here are frequently broken into, and we have been a victim of this twice. One thing to also note, when this home was built in the 40s, it was common for people to have only 1 car per family. So a 2-car garage seemed adequate for any other necessary items such as bikes and lawnmowers. To conclude, 3rd-car garages and/or carriage houses with extra garages are not uncommon for this neighborhood. And we are asking for a 3.4-foot side yard variance on the east side to build a 3rd-car garage and storage space. A similar variance for our side yard was previously approved in 2014, but at that time we decided to hold off on completing the storage portion, the garage portion of this project. We would like to note an example of a home 1 block from us in our HOA with a 3-car garage addition with a side setback, similar to almost exactly like the one we are asking this board to approve. If you take time to look through the plating map, there are many others like this example, as well as others currently requesting similar variances. You can see pages 14 and 15 for highlighted examples. And in conclusion, I would like to thank you for your time and consideration in this matter. We greatly appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Ms. Gall. I have a couple questions, and then we'll hear from Mr. White, and then the Gulls will have the last say. Since we've already heard a lot about this, we're going to keep moving quickly today. In terms of this proposed 3rd garage, is there guttering that would collect rain during a rainstorm, and how is that going to be collected? Mr. Gall, maybe you're the person to answer that question for me based on your civil engineering background. I'd like to have, as one board member, an understanding of what your plan is with this proposal to collect water and divert it away from the neighbor's property.
Yes, absolutely. The plan will actually result in a reduction in surface runoff. It's a simple volume consideration. All of the new structure will be guttered, plumbed, drained to the street, so there'll be a reduction in surface water runoff with the elevation fall to the east. The renderings that of our planned hardscape there's also a pretty good elevation fall on our front yard towards the east, and this area will be built up and guttered, or sorry, not guttered, but curbed, so that all of that fall will now drain towards the street. And so there will actually be a significantly less amount of superficial runoff that could flow to the east.
Okay, and in terms of footings or anything going into the ground for this portion of the garage, explain that to the board.
Yes, absolutely. No, they're concerned regarding additional structure next to the wall. I understand the concern, but it's a matter of both the lateral distance away from their footings, but also the elevation difference. As long as our foundations are bearing at a similar or lower elevation than their wall, and they're at a sufficient distance such that there would be no structural impact on their wall, and there would be no influence on the ground relative to their structure.
So there's no basement being proposed underneath of this 3rd garage, correct? It is just a slab.
Correct.
Okay, and how far, there's an existing fence there, just so for my clarification, with this new proposed design where you have cut it back about almost 2 feet, 1.8 feet. How close would this new proposed design get to the adjacent fence?
The foundation would sit about 4 feet from the wall.
From the fence? Okay, all right.
Correct. Their fence sits on top of
the retaining wall, right? Yeah, okay, and I understand that, sir, sorry. Yeah, okay. All right, all right. Board members, do you have questions for the Galls? All right, and Ms. Hesse and Mr. Muntz, you're both here in support of the applicant, correct? Okay, and you've spoken, I think, at the last hearing. Anything new? I don't want to hear old testimony repeated. Anything new that you want the board to consider?
So I was not at the last hearing. This is Ryan Muntz.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
I just came here simply to say we have a garage addition, 3rd-car garage addition that was granted a setback, or rather, sorry, variance to be within 4 feet of the lot line. We live around the corner, a block away. It's common in our neighborhood, and I just am here to say we appreciate one of the unique, great aspects of the neighborhood is people continuing to improve their homes. These are all very old homes. And so it's good for all of us as people continue to spend money and continue to improve their homes in the neighborhood. So I'm just here to say I hope it happens.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Muntz. Ms. Hesse, anything else?
Not from me, no.
Okay. All right. All right. Mr. White, we heard your presentation the first time. Any new issues that you didn't present at the last hearing that you want us to hear in terms of your client's concern?
Madam Chair, I will be brief. I would just like to say, first of all, my clients take no joy in opposing this variance request. They're merely concerned about how it's going to affect their property. I would like to incorporate all arguments and evidence presented by myself as well as my client, and ask the board consider that in light of this new plan that they have. I would argue that it's not much different and then doesn't address any of our concerns that we stated last time. This they've still demonstrated no need for this variance as required by law in order for it to be approved. And according to the new staff report, negative stormwater externalities are still an issue, and there is still another way to obviate this need by off-site storage. A lot of what they're saying sounds like a defense to a claim that my clients may have against them as a result of the work they did last time, and I'm not going to get into that. And so with that, Madam Chair, members of the board, we rest on our argument that they have no need, and this is going to cause a substantial problem for my client's property. There's another way for them to do this without having a variance approved. And we took a lot of time last time, and I don't want to take any more of the board's time. We've seen some new evidence today, but I'm hopeful that the board will see the issues that we're having and deny this variance request.
Okay, and Mr. White, you don't have any engineering study to support your concerns, correct?
We have no engineering study at this time. We had an architect who we talked about their evidence last time, how this is going to cause a problem. But I don't believe that they've had any engineering study done either, and they're the ones who want to do the work. So we request that this be denied.
Okay, I just want to make sure there was no new evidence on that front. Okay, thank you, sir. All right, board members, do you have questions for the applicant or Mr. White and his client, Ms. Lewis? Okay, I think then the board appears to understand this request. Having heard no questions, I would entertain a motion on this request for variance from someone.
Madam Chair, I would offer a motion.
Yes, Mr. Stiller, go ahead, please.
In case 96, I would move that the board grant the request in accordance with the revised site plan and staff report.
I have a motion for Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
I have a second for Mr. Gorence. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with this motion. This request has been granted. Thank you, folks.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's, is everyone doing okay on the board? Anybody need a brief break? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to keep moving then. All right, let's go to items numbers 7A and 7B. The address on 7A is docket number 55. I'm sorry, case number 55 with the street address of 901 East 39th Street. And 7B is docket 56 with an address of 907 East 39th Street. Would the applicant please raise your hand to be promoted, as well as all other people who are interested in this case? And I know we have some people because we had promoted them earlier. All right. I still see Ms. Taylor Butler is with us. Okay, yes. And Mr. Lucas, are you with us yet?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Lucas, can you turn on your camera? Thank you. Now I can see you. Okay, so let's do this. Mr. Lucas, would you state your name for the record, please?
Stephen Lucas with Rouse Frets.
Okay, and would you raise your right hand to be sworn in?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Butler, would you state your name for the record, please?
Christine Taylor Butler.
And would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Are you here in support or opposition?
I'm here in opposition.
All right. Ms. Splitgerber, would you state your name for the record? You're on mute.
Apologies, Madam Chair. I'm Angela Splitgerber. I am here in opposition.
Okay. If you would take the oath with me, do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Ms. Boley, would you state your full name for the record?
Donna Boley.
And would you raise your hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Support or opposition?
Opposition.
Thank you. Mr. Hallquist, can you state your name for the record, please?
Alan Hallquist speaking in opposition.
And do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Hanson, would you state your name for the record?
Jason Hanson.
Mr. Hanson, would you raise your hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Support or opposition?
I'm here in support as the architect.
Okay, thank you. Alex, I don't know what your full name is. Sir, can you state your name, please?
Alex Moran.
Moran, and are you the applicant?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Would you raise your hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Is there anyone else interested in this case that I have not spoken to? I see Westport.
Oh, yeah, there's the Westport Presbyterian.
Yeah,
that's
can you whoever Westport Presbyterian, can you turn on your camera, please? Up there you go. Yes, sir. What is your name?
Robert Russell.
Mr.
I speak in opposition.
Okay, Mr. Russell, would you please raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, and for the court reporter, again, your full name is Robert Russell?
Yes.
Okay, it's hard when you don't have we don't identify you by your name because we're doing this on Zoom. Okay.
I'm not sure how that happened, but it is me.
That's okay. That's all right. Anybody else that we have not identified interested in this case that is not spoken up? Mr. Koch, are you here on this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what is your name, please?
It's Christopher Koch, and I'm here in opposition.
Koch, okay. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Anyone else? Going once? Going twice? Okay, I think we have a full group of people here in interest. All right, Mr. Lucas, let's go back to you. Have you reviewed the staff report connected to your client's application today, Mr. Lucas?
I have.
Do you have any objection to the admission of exhibits 1 through 10 found on the second page of the staff report?
I do not.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 10 will be admitted. And Anna, you have this case, correct? So would you please present, you're on mute, and then we'll hear from Mr. Lucas, and then we'll hear from all of the individuals who are here in support and opposition.
Yes. So dockets number 7A and 7B focuses on 901 and 907 East 39th Street. The existing zoning is R-5, and this is about an appeal to determinations to deny a certificate of legal nonconformance. The site is located in the Midtown portion of Kansas City, very close to 39th Street. The close-up of the sites is highlighted in yellow. We have 39th Street to the north, Troost to the east, Holmes to the west. In the subject property, there are multifamily units. So some key points in regard to this case. The existing porches, they were enclosed, thus making the structures non-conforming. And we have been in communications with the representative and the property owner with their needs to deconvert the porches back into porches to bring the structure into compliance. We've also been notified that this property is being used as a long-term rental. And that concludes my staff report.
Okay. Mr. Lucas, then let's hear from you on why you believe a certificate of legal nonconformance should have been granted on
Right.
both of these cases.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning again, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm actually here not to argue that a certificate of legal nonconformance should be issued. What I'm here today is request from the board a continuance so that we may literally continue down the same path that was agreed to with city staff at our August compliance meeting. And so I'd like to just speak to that very briefly. I know that you've got a lot of cases on your docket, but we have made progress in good faith. And Anna's exactly right. We've been in constant communication from the get-go with city staff, including as of yesterday, I was in correspondence with Anna and let her know our position and our progress. So with that said, I'll just kind of get going if that's okay with you, Madam Chair, because I know you've got a lot on your docket.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so brief background here is that in May, there was some ambiguity with respect to bringing these porches, the deconversion or the modification of the porches with respect to the actual applicable provisions under the ordinance. There was some ambiguity. And so I reached out to Mr. Duddy regarding the ambiguity, and Mr. Duddy provided me with a provision under the ordinance that was an exception with respect to minimum front yards and with respect to setbacks. And when I looked at the provision that he provided me, it seemed on point, and it seemed that it would be helpful with respect to the deconversion. But based on my research, it was under Chapter 80 of the former code. And so then with continuing correspondence and communication with Mr. Duddy, he did confirm that this citation was under 8253B, but he said that it would remain in effect, and he provided some rationale for that basis. So, and then within a week, we had our June 8th BZA meeting, and this board granted continuance to August 10th. And immediately after that meeting, I sought clarification from Joe, from Mr. Rexwinkle and other members of city staff, just to get affirmation that Mr. Duddy's recommendation and the provision he was pointing to was in fact something we could rely on. Because the last thing I wanted to do was have my client or an architect provide drawings and renderings for the deconversion when in fact this provision perhaps was not something that would be something that would be applicable here, because Chapter 80, as you know, is no longer on the books itself. And so there was numerous correspondence. Simply, we want to do everything by the book. We wanted to get this resolved as soon as possible with respect to the deconversion. But I wanted confirmation and affirmation from someone else besides Mr. Duddy that this was something we could rely on. And so ultimately, Anna and I, after talking with numerous people as city staff, Anna was, I think, appointed to the case. And so we started discussions in late June. And then in early July, pursuant to my request, Anna scheduled a meeting with city staff. And that's the compliance meeting that I was referencing. And she provided dates of late July and as well as August 5th. And so August 5th were the dates that worked for myself and my client. And so we also offered, and Anna can attest to this, and as well as Joe through correspondences and emails, to meet with city staff, because we wanted to make sure that everyone was on the same page. We wanted to get this resolved as soon as possible, but we wanted to follow everything by the book and do it right. And so I was notified by Anna, and totally understand due to COVID that the city wasn't meeting in person. So we held a virtual meeting on August 5th, and myself and Mr. Moran and his former architect were all present at that meeting. It was a very productive meeting. We did reach an understanding. Mr. Duddy was also at the meeting, and he spoke to 80-253B. Mr. Rexwinkle was at the meeting. And in short, what was agreed to at the meeting was that we could provide renderings on the basis of this provision that Mr. Duddy had identified under Chapter 80, specifically 8253B. And Mr. Rexwinkle said that we could provide the renderings and drawings to him, and also, to like copy his staff as well, because obviously Joe's very busy. And then we wanted his staff to review the proposed renderings to let us know if they had any comments that we needed to, revise or change prior to submitting to the city for review under the building code to make sure we're in compliance with the building code. And so that was how we left the August 5th meeting. And then that is what I reported to this board when we met on August 10th for our BZA hearing. And as you may recall, Madam Chair, and as Joe will probably recall, that's when we discussed that we're working with staff. We want to do everything by the book, and then we kind of discussed this plan. We did it at a high level because at that time staff was recommending a continuance. And I asked Joe at that time, I deferred to him with respect to how long of a continuance would be appropriate. And he said 2 months because, it would give him time to review and, say that it looks good. And then he estimated that it could take potentially as long, Joe, correct me if I'm wrong, could take as long as potentially 6 weeks for the building department to review if they had additional comments and we needed to make revisions. So we were granted a 2-month continuance from that August 10th meeting, which is today. So then in August, the architect, Mr. Moran's former architect, myself and Mr. Moran, that were all at that meeting, we knew exactly the provisions that we could rely on for this deconversion, for this modification, and we were making headway and making progress. And for various reasons, seemingly personal issues with respect to this former architect, he just stopped communicating with my client. My client reached out to him on numerous occasions, and ultimately we had to move forward because we knew we were wasting time, and time was of the essence, and we were not getting the drawings and renderings that we needed to provide them to Joe or his staff. So then my client reached out to additional architects and ultimately hired Mr. Hansen, who is here with us today. And Mr. Hansen was brought on board early September. I met with Mr. Hansen on a Saturday within a couple days after he was hired by my client, and I was at the property. I explained to him the entire situation, explained to him the code, explained that time is of the essence, that we need to get this in Joe's possession as soon as possible because you have already granted us 2 continuances, and that we need to move, but we need to make sure that this is by the book, and so on and so forth. And ultimately, approximately a week ago, we did submit these revised renderings for the deconversion pursuant to 8253B to Joe and Anna for their review, and with the hopes that they would, review these documents. And then once if we needed to make modifications, as I said earlier, that we would make those modifications as necessary. And Mr. Hansen, who's here today, can speak to that he's ready, willing, and able to do so. And then as soon as possible, as soon as we get the okay from Joe and his staff, then we would submit to the building department. And based on a conversation I had yesterday with Anna, I think there was perhaps some disconnect because Anna helped us very much understanding the situation and scheduling this compliance meeting, but she was not in attendance. And most of my correspondence from that August 5th compliance meeting has been with Anna, and she's been, great. We've been working hand in hand together, but based on my conversation with her yesterday, and Anna, please correct me if I'm wrong, but it seemed to be like an understanding that perhaps with some members of staff that Mr. Duddy would review compliance with respect to 8253B after construction, which makes perfect sense because he's a code enforcement officer. But what was agreed to at the August 5th meeting, we wouldn't want to deconvert these structures without knowing that we were actually in compliance with the zoning and development code, in addition to obviously the building code. So what I was seeking and what we discussed, and Joe can attest to this at that August 5th compliance meeting, was to get a thumbs up with respect to Joe or his staff with respect to 8253B. And then we would submit to the building department for their review under the building code. Then Mr. Duddy would come out and review to make sure that the actual deconversion was in compliance with the same provision. I do recognize, we all do, that this progress is not nearly as far along as we want. And I apologize on behalf of Mr. Moran, the applicant. They're for reasons that I stated, but we have made a good faith effort. We continue to make progress. And what we are just simply asking for today is a continuance so that we may continue down the agreed upon path from that August 5th compliance meeting. We truly want to deconvert these, make sure they're in compliance by the book. We received a lot of help from Mr. Duddy, but there was definitely some confusion, as you can probably all, the BZA board members can appreciate. Chapter 80 is no longer on the books. So I didn't want to give my client bad advice with respect to a particular provision. No disrespect whatsoever to Mr. Duddy, but I was looking for clarification. And when I first reached out to Joe, I received an out of office email. Then I reached out to Chris Hewley. I reached out to numerous people on city staff. And ultimately, that's when Anna and I started working together, and we have made progress. And once we got that affirmation that yes, from Joe and others, that we can rely on this 8253B, that is when it seemed like we had a clear path forward. And we spoke to you all at that August 10th meeting. And then, like I said, I can't really speak to as to what the issues that the prior architect had. But it seemed that he had some personal issues. Perhaps Mr. Moran can speak to that. I don't know, but Mr. Moran is here today to answer any questions. Mr. Hansen's here to answer any questions, and myself, obviously, happy to answer any questions. But again, not here to claim that the determination of the certificate of legal nonconformance was incorrect. We are here to just request the continuance so we can continue down the same path that was agreed upon at the compliance meeting on August 5th.
Okay, let me ask you this question, Mr. Lucas. How much time do you still need to have these plans reviewed, looked at, and approved that would bring these structures into compliance?
So what we have submitted the plans already. We submitted them to Anna and Mr. Rexwinkle. And so as soon as we, essentially I would defer to Joe because we are ready with the plans, and Mr. Hansen can attest to this and probably speak to it more so than myself. We are ready to make any necessary revisions to these plans for the deconversion based on Joe, Anna, anybody from Joe's staff, based on their comments. And then as soon as we understand, there's an understanding between us and Joe's staff that we're in compliance with 8253B, we will then submit to the necessary building department for their review under the building code. And I think Joe mentioned, again, Joe, correct me if I'm wrong, that last meeting, approximately 6 weeks if they have comments, that's under the building code, that if there were any revisions necessary. So Madam Chair, I'm trying to give you just a transparent, honest answer. I guess I'll defer to Joe because we're just ready as soon as we get the green light to submit the plans for review under the building code, or alternatively, if we need to make modifications to the existing proposed plans, we're ready to do so right now.
Okay, let me ask this question. If you and your client are not going to be opposing and don't want to no longer appeal the decision, why does the BZA case need to stay in place? Why, sir, can't we just agree that it's not in conformance and then you're bringing your building plans to bring it into compliance? I don't know why this case has to stay open. That's why my confusion. I understand what you're doing, but you've presented to the board basically the admission of your client that you agree that you don't have a basis to appeal the determination. So I feel like this case is unnecessary. Can you explain to me why we couldn't just dismiss it? I mean, withhold it and dismiss this case and you move forward.
Yes, Madam Chair, absolutely. So the reason for the appeal and the reason that we're even before the BZA was because it's my understanding that the strict compliance of the code would be that if there was an enforcement action with respect to the determination of the certificates of legal nonconformance, that all materials used with respect to that legal nonconformance would have to be removed. And so in order to salvage some of the materials and the cost, that's why we were just looking for the deconversion with some of the existing materials so that they can be in compliance. But as far as like eating up your time or anyone else's, that's not what we're trying to do. That's not what we want to do. It's purely just a matter of it took a while to get affirmation that we can rely on this provision, and then everything else that I already stated, and I don't want to take up more time, but
that's fine. Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, is there a way around the loss of the materials so that this board's docket could stop being clogged with an unnecessary case? I mean, I guess maybe that's a question for staff.
Yeah, I think it's probably a question for Joe.
Well, Madam Chair, everything that Mr. Lucas was saying sounds correct and familiar to me. I think what he wanted was, before his client spends any time and money on the work, is to make sure that it met staff's interpretation of bringing the property back into compliance. And I would ask him, is the plan that you want us to consider, Stephen, the one you emailed to us on Friday?
Mr. Hanson, have there been any revisions, or because that we did seek review of that plan? Has that plan not been reviewed as of yet, Joe?
No, if it was what was submitted on Friday, would not have been reviewed yet. No.
Oh, I mean, it was submitted prior to Friday, but Mr. Hanson, go ahead.
Yeah, we made one modification to the upper story. I think the intent now is to just have it wide open, salvaging some of the walls that are now in place and opening them up to be screened in openings across the front. So it's essentially going to look for the majority look like it did before, with screened in openings.
Mr. Hanson, could you submit that plan to Joe and Anna, like, as soon as we get off this call?
Yeah, I was going to say, I just emailed it to you this morning just to be sure.
Okay, we can submit it right now.
Okay, so again, I think what I need to understand is why this board should still have this case. If everyone is in agreement, we shouldn't have this case.
I guess if we can, and perhaps if Sarah could speak to this as well. I mean, I think it's a matter of, if we could get dismissal with like a condition based on the dismissal, where, you know, we working with Joe, we get the approval. Once we get the approval from Joe and his staff, then we will submit to the building department. It's purely a matter of, so that all the materials would not have to be removed. And then I guess, you know,
just a second, ma'am, I see you raising your hand. I hear you. Okay.
It's just a matter of, like, you know, salvaging some of the physical materials, because again, like, a strict interpretation would be like literally all of the materials would have to be removed.
Okay, just a second, Miss Butler. I'm going to pause you for 1 second. Mr. Hawquist, I saw your hand raised too. You're here in opposition.
I am here in opposition, and I can speak on behalf of all those in opposition and opposing the request for continuance. The sole issue is whether the denial of a certificate of legal nonconforming use was inappropriate. Everything Mr. Lucas has talked about is what needs to be done to bring the property into compliance. All the work was done without a building permit. The applicant previously sought a variance from the Board of Zoning Adjustment. That was denied. There's a legal action that the applicant has taken in the Circuit Court of Jackson County. That's set for trial in February 2022. But solely since the front setback, it was made non-compliant because of the work done to enclose the front porch without a building permit. It didn't become non-compliant because of a zoning ordinance in 1923 or any subsequent down zoning. If you focus solely on the legal issue that's before the Board of Zoning Adjustment, and by Mr. Lucas's own admission that he's not finding fault with the denial of the CLNU, then we request that the BZA go ahead and vote and deny the request for a CL, or the appeal of the denial of the request for a CLU. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Hawquist, before you turn off, since you're kind of speaking for the group in opposition, and I appreciate that you doing that because that might short circuit our decision today. Are you opposed if this board would carve out some exception that some materials used, if they qualify and bring the building into compliance? Do you have any objection if that condition is carved out?
I don't understand the specifics of the condition. If the building is brought into compliance with the zoning, working with the city, then which materials are in use doesn't really matter. It needs to comply. Right now, they took a historic building that's a primary street entrance to South Hyde Park. They just closed it in with Home Depot windows and shutters that destroyed the historic character of those two properties. And they're strong, as you can see, strong opposition from the the building and the working with an architect who's hopefully sensitive to the historic character. It shouldn't be enclosed at all. But the only issue before you is the denial of the appeal of the CLNU. And I just think the vote should be short and simple and deny it.
Okay, you answered my question. All right, Mr. Lucas.
Yeah, I mean, with respect to a lot of what Mr. Hallquist said, I don't think that's a fair representation, because what we are trying to do is bring it into compliance. And I'm saying that I'm not here today to make a case with respect to the denial, the determination of the denial. And I've made that from day one. This is, we sincerely just want to bring it into compliance. And, you know, with respect to the zoning or the permits that happened prior, that's also not at issue here. And the home itself is not registered in the historic registry. And we're talking about zoning issues under the zoning code. And we've been working, and Joe can attest to this, we've been working with city staff. I have all the correspondences since I've been involved to ensure compliance. Like I said, Mr. Duddy provided this provision, and we've just been wanting to make sure that this provision is something we can rely on. And in good faith, we've made every effort to bring it into compliance. To Mr. Hallquist, what he said, I believe, not to put words in his mouth, that doesn't matter the materials as long as it's brought into compliance. I can't speak to whatever happened previously, nor is that really at the issue of what we're here today, because and staff understood this, as did the board, when I explained to them the first time we were before the board. This was about just bringing the current structure, as Anna said, a deconversion to bring it into compliance. That's all. I think we're all actually seeking the same thing, it seems like.
Okay. All right. I think the board members, do you understand this situation? Okay. I think the board, I guess I'm one board member. I don't see why this should stay on our with an admission from the applicant that they're no longer seeking an appeal. I think the materials issue is something that this board should not have a case open for, but I'm one board member. Okay. I mean, I think those issues need to be resolved in the building permit process. So I'm speaking as one person. I don't see why this board should continue this case, because it's not something we should have further jurisdiction on. I think we need a motion to dismiss it, but I'm one board member. So other board members, do you have a question about where we are?
Not a question, but I shared that sentiment. And so if we're ready for that part of the case, I stand ready to make a motion.
I think we're ready for that, Mr. Banuki.
Madam Chair, in cases number 55 and 56, I recommend that the applicant's request to appeal the decision be denied, and that the city staff's decisions be affirmed.
I have a motion from Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Quorums. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion, and this matter has been denied and the decision upheld. Thank you all. I want to take a brief break. Let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back, because I want to be able to use Mr. Ebbets as long as we can, since he'll be traveling back to Missouri. So let's take a 5-minute rest break, and we'll be right back for the next couple cases. Okay.
I'm floored. I'm so floored, because Miss Otto asked in the previous Mr. Rexwinkle, they weren't honest in your previous meeting. She asked if they changed the exterior walls, and they did. I sent pictures to Anna showing that.
Okay, I mean, I guess we'll have to talk offline about that. I'm just not sure.
I'm okay.
I've
had my hand raised because I was the person who revealed to you that when they showed you exterior plans for future work, they did not reveal they had already completed the work. So what I'm concerned about, what we're all concerned about, is that they're now talking about salvaging materials, but those two buildings are on Airbnb. And when Ms. Otto asked if they had made exterior changes to the wall, they said no. But the Airbnb photos show that there are now doors where there were windows. So what they're going to do is say they're in compliance because they've taken the porches off. But that's not the whole issue here. They have not been honest with the BZA on any of this. And I have the affidavit from Maximilian Howell that you have on file where he was authorized to speak on their behalf. And when he testified last spring, he lied. He lied that the work was not done. He showed you exterior elevations that didn't look like the work that was completed. You guys asked if they had to cut into the stone brick walls in order to make those modifications, and he said no. I held up pictures of the old elevation and said yes. So if their whole thing here is to talk about how they can salvage materials, I don't think they've been honest with the neighborhood, and they haven't been honest with you guys. So showing you plans doesn't mean that's what they're going to do. That's been the habit for a year and a half. That's why I'm concerned. It's not just about compliance. They have not been forthcoming or honest about any of this.
Okay, I'm gonna ask Anna to reach out to you and set a meeting to discuss this. It's not, we shouldn't be discussing it on here right now.
I
We'll
know.
have to meet separately to do that.
You're recording and I wanted to be on the record because I said in advance I was here because I had things, I had photographs. I'm happy to meet with Anna. I've known Anna from way back. Proud to see what she's grown up to be. But this is a concern with the neighborhood in general, that we have investors coming into the neighborhood and doing things without permit, even after you've asked them to stop, and then demanding a variance later. And you can see how many people showed up, not just because they were in opposition, but because Mr. Moran was not honest about what he was talking about. Wasn't honest. I have a building.
Mr. Rectangle.
Guys, the board is in a recess, so none of this is part of the record anyway, unless Sarah can jump in and clarify if I'm wrong on that front. They're on a recess. They've moved on to the next case. All we can do is offer to meet with you outside of this forum. This is not a proper forum to be discussing right now.
We know, but we can't keep asking people to sit here for hours to testify and then it moves forward. You know, I appreciate, you know, Alan.
It didn't move forward. It was denied.
I understand that, but we still need to work with you on this process, because we think what they're telling you they're going to do and what they're actually going to do based on his behavior so far is going to be different. So I'm happy to meet with Anna. I work from home. I can have a Zoom meeting. I can come downtown. But the neighborhood would like to see what he's planning to do. We would really like to see what he's planning to do, because I'm going to go back to the meeting more than a year and a half ago. They showed you plans. They showed Zoo Wood plans. They had already done something completely different. What was presented at the meeting wasn't what they had done. And worse, they acted during that meeting as if the work would be done in the future, until I held up a photo and said, it's already done. And then they lied when Teresa Otto asked if they had to alter the facade. The Maximilian Howell, who was on the affidavit, said no. Mr. Russell and I have homes and buildings about 3 or 4 houses north of those duplexes. So I see them all the time. They're on Airbnb. He has no intention of doing that construction.
This is Bob Russell. I'd like to be involved in that meeting too, because while the attorney said time is of the essence, all they've done is drag their feet,
right,
and be dishonest. And there has been no communication at all with any of the neighbors. We're just doing this as we communicate with each other and find information out on our own, because He has made no, the owner has made no effort to meet with the neighbors or discuss this with the neighbors. So I'd like to be involved in that as well.
Correct. They tell you one thing and they do something completely different. And this time you saw how many people showed up to tell you that today. They showed you plans last year, even though the work was already done. They're going to show you plans and do something different.
Those that are interested, please reach out to Anna and she will include you in a meeting that she will set up. Please share your contact information with her. Anna, will you put your email address in the chat so they know how to reach you, please?
Yep. Doing it now.
Anna, I'll send you another email. I did not get a response to the first one, and that's okay, but I will send you another one.
All right, Miss Christine, Miss Taylor Butler, I'm back now. I'm sorry. I'm obviously, I probably missed some things and I apologize. But it sounds like you're working through some communication issues and I hope that that does get resolved. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Otto. I'm just responding to the fact that you asked a question last spring about the exterior modifications to the facade. They told you they had made none. Those buildings are now on Airbnb, both of them. And the interior photographs show that where there were windows on the exterior facade, there are now doors. So they lied. They showed you plans last year pretending they were going to do the work in the future without telling you the work had already been done until I held up the photographs. So we are talking to Rex and Anna about having some representatives from the neighborhood meet with them because we have every reason to believe that they are now focused on bringing it into compliance with keeping as much of the work that they've done already done. And we had already communicated as a neighborhood association that we wanted the facades returned to the way they were.
Okay, so they're going to address those since that's outside of our jurisdiction. Okay, I understand, ma'am. Okay,
thank you.
If you guys can then let yourself go and we'll move on with other cases. And if they don't address that, then please call them back. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So let me see where we are. Do I have Mr. Stiller back? I have Mr. Gorence back. I have Mr. Ebbets back. So we're waiting on Tom and then we can get started again. It's a good thing I'm wearing my headset. They're doing construction next to my building and it sounds very loud right now. And all you would hear is metal clanging. So okay, we have Tom back. Okay, I think we can move on, gentlemen. Everybody ready? Okay, all right, let's go to the next case. We're back on taking cases. I think we're on item number 8. Am I correct? That is docket number 88. I'm sorry, is case number 88 with an address of 7901 Northwest Tiffany Springs Parkway. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, along with any persons who are here in support or opposition to this request for variance? Is someone available to promote those people? Is Joe with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thanks.
Promoting them now. There's 3 people coming on.
Thank you, sir. All right. I see a gentleman named Scott. Is it Hushin?
Hushin.
Hushin. I was close. I'm so
Yep,
sorry. Mr. Hushin, can you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Scott Hushin. I'm with Infinity Sign Systems at 4900 Lister Avenue in Kansas City, Missouri, representing my client.
Okay, would you raise your hand to be sworn in then? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Harris, can you tell us your name, please?
Yeah, Tom Harris. I'm the Regional Director of Operations with Sonesta Hotels.
Okay, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And I thought there was a third person that was promoted. And who is that? Who am I missing? Is it Ms.
Stacy Deerenford.
Feld? Ms. Deerenfeld, can you hear me?
I can.
And what is your name, please?
Stacy Deerenfeld.
And what is your interest in this case?
I'm the general manager for the Sonesta Hotel.
Okay, so you're all part of the applicant, is that correct? Okay, so there's no one involved that is here in opposition or support other than applicant that itself. Okay, Ms. Deerendorf, Ms. Deerenfeld, can you turn your camera on so I can swear you in?
Yes, if I can figure out how, I'd be happy to.
Okay.
Can you see me now?
No.
Lovely.
I see the no camera.
Your Mrs. Deerenfeld, is your camera have one of those covers on it? Because it did try to turn on, but it gave us a, if it has a cover on it, you might try to open it. Some devices have like a physical cover over the camera lens.
No, it looks like it's definitely open.
Okay.
Stacy, did you hit start video? Bottom left to the black screen.
Yes.
Yes, we're not getting the normal line, line through the camera icon that we would get if her camera wasn't on. I think that she's having some kind of hardware issue with the physical camera.
Okay, well, let's do it this way. Let's just swear you in because we have to have you take the oath. So I'm going to assume you're raising your right hand, even
Yes,
though I
ma'am.
can't see you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, all right. All right. Folks, have you reviewed the staff report that has been created as it relates to your request for variance?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and on page 3 of that report, there is a list of 9 exhibits. Those are administrative exhibits connected to the case that are above Mr. Clement's signature. Do you have any objection to my admitting those for the board to review to make a decision about your case?
No, ma'am.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. And Jared, we have a PowerPoint, so please start there and then we'll hear from the applicant.
All right, before us we have docket number 8. This is case number 88. It's at 7901 Northwest Tiffany Springs Parkway, zoning B3-3. The applicant is seeking approval of a setback variance for an existing monument sign in a non-residential district. This is the location of the subject site in relation to the rest of the city. It's near the airport. It's a closer view of the subject site. You can see North Congress Avenue running along the north of it there. This is an image of the existing signage, the Courtyard Marriott, and the proposed sign. The sign is roughly 6 inches away from the property line. The property lines, I believe, changed as a result of the rerouting of North Congress Avenue. So these are the Missouri case factors. The variance is 9 feet and 6 inches, the setback being 10 feet, and it is 6 inches away from the property line. A substantial change will not be produced in the neighborhood as the sign has been in its current position since the rerouting of North Congress Avenue. The difficulty could only be obviated by relocating the existing sign. With that, I will conclude my presentation.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Hushin, explain to this board why you believe we should grant the request being asked.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. We're just requesting this variance be approved due to the fact that this sign has been an existing sign on this property for quite some time. They have relocated this road approximately, I don't know, 8 to 10 years ago, and the sign has been in its place. And we are updating the name of the hotel and just request to use the existing footings and landscaping that is already in place in this location, which is obviously 6 inches from the property line, which has been there for quite some time. And I believe that Jared did a pretty good job of explaining kind of where we're at and what we need to do. And I don't know if any of my other members would like to chime in, but that's pretty much where we stand.
So let me understand this. So this sign will go in the same location that we see the Courtyard by Marriott sign that's been there for how long?
I don't know. That's 10 to 12 years. It's been there quite some time.
Okay, and so there's been a relocation of the roadway in front of this?
Correct.
Okay.
There is. And the property lines kind of got redesigned there when that road expansion happened.
Okay, and I'm trying to remember, what road is facing, what road runs in front of this sign?
I believe that's Northwest Prairie View Road.
Okay, and what's across the street from this hotel?
Tiffany Springs.
Tiffany Springs.
Cross street. I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
What structures are across the street? Homes?
Business. And
Okay.
across the street, I believe it's an empty lot, an empty area.
Okay. All right. All right, board members, do you understand this request?
We will be using the existing structure that is in place to remove and replace this sign.
So in other words, you're going to take off the red cap of it and put the
That's correct.
new sign right on top of it. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, board members, do you understand this request?
Madam Chair, I have a motion.
Go ahead, Mr. Banuki.
In case number 88, I recommend that the applicant's request be granted in accordance with the site plan and the staff report.
I have a motion for Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second for Mr. Ebbets. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Chair votes with or in support of this motion. The request is granted as stated. Thank you all. Have a good day.
Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Now I have lost my place. Did we continue exhibit number? Did we continue the next case or did we not? I have inconsistent. We did not continue.
That was
it.
continued, Teresa. Docket number 9 was continued.
No, we didn't continue.
It wasn't. That's why I thought we didn't. Okay. That's why I'm asking, because I had two notes here and I'm like, wait a second, I don't think we did. Okay. So then let's move to docket number 9. Case number 97 with an address of 3030 Troost Avenue. Would the applicant and all parties who are here today online to either support or oppose this request for approval of a variance regarding to fencing, please raise your hand to be promoted.
I don't see anyone raising their hand.
Okay, so this is Operation Breakthrough, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. And there was a note on it, they wanted a continuance and then they decided they didn't want one.
Correct.
Do you think there's some confusion?
I will contact them right now.
Okay, let's hold this case then. I don't want to lose time here. We're going to hold this, guys, and we're going to move forward then. Let's move to item number 10. Case number 98. The address is 617 West Dartmouth Road. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, as well as any other persons interested in supporting or opposing this request for variance?
I've promoted the applicant, Dustin Burton, and I'm also going to promote someone named James.
Okay. Mr. Burton, can you turn on your microphone, please? Yes. Could you state your name? Good morning. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Dustin Burton.
And would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. To the interested party named James, can you turn on your camera, please, sir?
I am attempting that right now.
Okay. And I always hesitate to say sir or ma'am because I don't know.
Oh, that's all right.
Sometimes people's names don't give away who they are. So
it is, come on now. Give me 1 second, I apologize.
Okay.
Oh, can you see me?
Yes, I can, sir. Can you state your name, please?
Yes, James Chantaruso.
And can you spell your last name for the court reporter since we don't have that on the screen?
Sure, it's spelled CIAN Ciaruso.
Say that one more time. How do you pronounce that?
Cantilevered.
Cantilevered. Okay. All right. I'm going to try to get that right. All right. Sir, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Are you here in support or opposition?
Support.
Okay. All right. Mr. Burton, have you reviewed the staff report that is created as it relates to your request in this case?
I have.
On page on page 2 of that report, there's a list of administrative exhibits numbering 1 through 10. Any objection to my admitting those so the board can consider those this afternoon?
None at all.
Exhibits 1 through 10 will be admitted, and then we have a PowerPoint. Okay, so let's start with the PowerPoint and then we'll have questions for you. Okay, Nandra, when you're ready.
Najma, yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to
Thank
share
you.
my screen. Can you all hear me okay?
You're kind of echoing.
I don't know how to make it.
That's
any
better. Whatever you
Okay.
that's better. Whatever you did, that's better.
Okay. Didn't do anything.
That's okay. I think you move closer to the microphone.
Okay, there we go. Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. Okay. Before us, we have docket item number 10, case number 98 for 617 West Dartmouth Road in zone R6. The applicant is seeking approval for variances to the side yard setback to accommodate an existing encroachment. In addition, the encroachment is their house. It was built on the property lines, sort of on a slant, which I'll show in the next slide, or next few slides. The site is located in the Ward Park area of the city. This is the subject property. As you can see, the house is built into the side yard setback and is already encroaching on the property line, which is not the fault of the owner. It's the old house. This is the proposed variance. They are asking for a side yard setback of 2.94 feet with a variance in the amount of 5.06 feet. A good portion of that already exists because of their house being built into the setback. That concludes my report. Do you have any questions?
Okay.
That was a little confusing.
That's okay. All right. So what I understand is that leave this screen up if you would, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So as I understand it, the existing house is already encroaching in the same amount of the variance that you're requesting, and that this proposed addition would also, to align with the existing house, would be subject to that same variance request. Mr. Burton, did I summarize that?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, yes.
And what is this proposed addition for?
So this is, our house is built in the 1920s. It has 1.5 bath and a rather small kitchen and office space on the second floor. So this addition would be kind of adding to those uses, new kitchen, a new master bath, and then kind of expanding the we call it the office. It's the 3rd story or 2nd story bedroom.
So this will be to the rear of the home, is that correct?
Absolutely, it'd be to the rear of the home. And as staff said, this is an existing encroachment built in the 1920s. We assume that either the zoning code did not exist or the standards were not kind of held accountable. So the house is built within the encroachment.
Mr. Burton, have you spoken with your neighbors on that side of your home, and have they voiced any concerns about what you're proposing?
Yeah, Mr. Chanceristo is actually the neighbor to the west of us.
Okay.
That is here in support.
Okay, and sir, is that correct? You're here in support, no opposition to what they're proposing?
Absolutely, I support the addition in its entirety.
Okay, all right. Board members, do you understand this request? Have any questions for the applicant? Hearing no questions, I would entertain a motion.
Chairman Otto, Mark Ebbets here. I'd like to, if you can hear me,
I
We
would like
can.
to recommend in case number 98, the board grant the request for variance in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion from Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Gorence. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request has been granted. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Anna, did you hear from our applicants on docket item 9?
Yes, I did. They're working on logging on. I don't see them quite yet.
Okay, then
but
let's take another case then. I don't want to lose time here. Okay.
Understood.
Yeah, let me know when you see them appear at the conclusion of whatever case you find that. Okay. All right, let's move on to item number 11, which is case number 99 with a street address of 1805 Washington Street. With the applicant and all persons connected to this case, please raise your hand, including those who are in support or opposition of the applicants.
Madam Chair, I've promoted the applicant, Chris Nelson, and there's additional person named John Graber that I'm promoting.
Thank you, Joe. Mr. Nelson, can you hear me? If you would turn on your camera and your microphone, please.
Madam Chair,
I can hear you. I'm sorry. Yes, Mr. Stiller.
what was the location?
The location on this one is 1805 Washington Street. Does that
So-
cause you?
The docket is incorrect, but the legal ad is correct. This is actually 5723 Mayview.
Okay, well, let me fix that then. Okay, so for the record, the street address on this case is 5723 North Mayview Avenue. I didn't catch that difference between the docket sheet and the actual report. Thank you, Anna. All right. All right, Mr. Nelson, I think we now have the right house. So can you state your name, please?
Yes, my name is Chris Nelson.
Okay, would you raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, and then is Mr. Graber on board? Is he here, Mr. Graber? I don't see you.
I've been trying to promote him. I think he needs to accept the promotion.
I think he just nope. I saw his hand go away.
Mr. Graber, if you can hear us, I'm going to send you one more request to join us, and please accept it.
Yeah, that's a new little feature, isn't it? There, I see him. Mr. Graber, I can see a square for you now. Can you turn on your microphone and camera, please? Hello, Mr. Graber.
Hi.
Can you state your name, please?
John Graber.
And would you raise your hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. All right, gentlemen, have you reviewed the staff report that was created as it relates to the request for variance in this matter?
I have.
Okay, on page 3 of that report, there is the list of 9 administrative exhibits that are items connected to your case. Do you have any objection to my admitting those 9 items for the board to review today?
I have no objections.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. Anna, you're doing this presentation. When you're ready, would you do the presentation?
Thank you. Docket item number 11 focuses on 5723 North Mayview Avenue. The zoning is R6, and the applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the rear yard setback in order to build a deck. So the site is located in the northern portion of Kansas City, kind of towards Parkville and the airport. This is a close-up of the property. It is highlighted in yellow. It is anchored within an existing residential single-family neighborhood. And there's also this park feature that is also adjacent to the property in question. This is a photo submitted by the property owner and applicants. This is the rear of the property, showcasing where they demolished a deck and where they're proposing to build the new deck. This is another close-up view. And this is the site plan in which they submitted for this request. The two variances in question are highlighted in red or in green, my apologies. One variance to the rear and a small variance to the side yard. So for this property, the required rear yard setback is 20 feet. They are proposing a 9-foot 6-inch rear yard setback. That is a typo. So for a variance amount of 10.5 feet. And for the second variance, variance B, the side yard setback is 7.5 feet. They are proposing a 6.8 foot side yard setback, which requires a variance amount of 0.695 feet. That concludes my presentation.
So, Mr. Nelson, as I understand your home, it backs up to a green space. Is that true? And there will never be built behind you?
Yes, that is my understanding, Madam Chair.
Okay. And this is a raised deck. Is that true?
That is true.
So if it was on the ground, we wouldn't need these variance requests, correct? Is that right from staff, Anna? Is that correct?
No, they still would because they are encroaching into the rear yard setback.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure I understood. Okay. So you had a raised deck before. Was it smaller in size than this one?
It was slightly smaller.
Okay. All right. Do you have any complaints from your neighbors on what you're proposing to construct?
I do not.
Okay. Board members, questions for the applicant? Hearing no questions, I'd entertain a motion. Do I have a motion? You're all on mute.
Madam Chair, in case number 99, I recommend that the applicant's request be granted in accordance with the staff report in the site plan.
I have a motion from Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second?
Second, Ebbets.
I have a second from Mr. Ebbets. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request has been granted. Thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Chris Jimenez is online.
Okay.
For case
number nine.
9.
Okay, let's go back to docket number 9 then. Case number 97 with an address of 3030 Troost. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, as well as all parties that are here in support or opposition?
I'm promoting Mr. Jimenez now. And I don't see anyone else raising their hand.
Thank you. Mr. Jimenez, when you can, please turn on your camera. Can you hear me, sir?
I can.
Okay, would you state your name for the record, please?
Chris Jimenez.
And Mr. Jimenez, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, sir, have you reviewed the staff report that is connected with I guess it's your client's or your company's case in this situation? Have you reviewed that staff report?
I have.
On page 3 of that report, there's a list of administrative exhibits. Those number 1 through 10. Do you have any objection to my admitting those for the board members to review or consider as we reach a decision in your case today?
I do not.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 10 are admitted, and there is a PowerPoint presentation, so let's start there.
Thank you. So docket item number 9, this focuses on 3030 Troost. The zoning is B4-5, and the applicant is seeking approval of variance to fencing requirements associated with the Troost overlay district. This site is located in the midtown portion of Kansas City along Troost. Operation Breakthrough, which is located on the east side of Troost on the map that you see, they have expanded over to the west side of Troost as well, and are now rehabilitating 3030 Troost Avenue for the Ignition Lab uses. And this is highlighted in yellow. This is a rendering provided by the applicant of the proposed renovations, but the subject variance is associated with the fence. Fences within the Troost overlay district, they are required to be 4 feet in height. They are proposing to build a 6-foot fence requiring a variance of 2 feet. The need for the fence is to add additional security purposes for the use. That concludes my presentation.
Right, thank you. Sir, what is the nature of why the extra 2 feet of fencing is being requested?
For site security and safety primarily. So this ignition lab will be used by existing Operation Breakthrough students as well as new high school students. It's kind of an open campus in a sense that they'll be going across from the existing garage building to the new exterior structures for classes throughout the day. And there's going to be a lot of machining and technology equipment held in those buildings. So having a low fence just is of a concern to the owner.
And is the fence all wrought iron so that you can see through it?
It's a wrought iron ornamental aluminum.
Okay, I'm sorry, ma'am.
Can I add one other?
Well,
sorry,
first of all,
Mary Esselman.
First of all, I have to find out who you are. So what's your name, ma'am?
Oh, I'm Mary Esselman. I'm the CEO at Operation Breakthrough.
Okay, all right, that's great. Let's swear you in then. Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, all right. So tell us why you need this fence.
Oh, I was just saying that, thank you, Chris, for that, but basically it's primarily for safety. Not only for the equipment, it's for work development and entrepreneurship. So there's additive manufacturing, there's fabrication, there's automotive and engineering, robotics, software for graphic design, there's digital electronics and product design, so laser cutting and all of those equipment are there. It's a very open, transparent campus in that all of the garage doors are clear. It's adjacent to our garden and bus lot. And we tend to have safety issues in the evenings. So if it's only a 4-foot fence, you could just hop right over and it results in our catalytic converters being stolen and other things off our vehicles. And we provide bus transportation for 3 different schools as well as our own kids. So it's super important to us to be able to provide a safe campus to not only protect the investment in equipment and transportation.
Okay, and so the property has been subject to crime, Ms. Esselman?
Our adjacent lot, which has a 6-foot fence, that's what prevents it from happening, is having that higher fence. But yes, we have been subject to some crime. We did go to the Troost overlay. We also went to the Longfellow community groups who both have seen the drawings and have approved. They are supportive of it from a visual and a safety perspective.
Okay, thank you. Board members, you have questions about this request? Hearing no questions, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, in case number 97, I recommend that the applicant's request be granted in accordance with the site plan and the staff report.
I have a motion from Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Ebbets. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion and this matter has been approved. Thank you, folks.
Oh, thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Ebbets, you have about 20 more minutes. Is that right? Or do you need to head out?
No, I'm good till I'm hard stop at noon.
Okay, all right, let's try to handle a few more cases then and then we'll take, when we get to noon, we're going to take a lunch break for a little bit and then we'll finish up the remaining cases we have on today's docket. Okay, all right, so let's move to docket number 12, case number 101 with a street address of 7,000 Lee Summit Road. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, as well as all persons who are here in support or opposition?
I'm promoting Jim Ash and Jesse Widerin.
Okay. Mr. Ash and Ms. Widerin, could you please turn on your cameras and your microphones, please? Oh, and it's Mr. Sorry, I can never tell until I see folks. All right, all right. Mr. Widerin, can you state your name, please?
Jesse Wiederin.
Wiederin, sorry, I apologize. Could you raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And who are you here? Are you the applicant today?
Yes, presenting for the solar guys for Jim Ash.
Okay. And Mr. Ash, can you turn on your microphone, please? Okay.
Yes, can you hear
Thank
me?
you. I can. Can you state your full name, please?
James Ash.
And would you raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Gentlemen, have you had a chance to review the staff report that's been created as it relates to your request for a variance?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you have any objection to the admission of the 9 administrative exhibits that are found on the third page of that staff report above Mr. Clement's signature line that are items connected to the case today?
I don't believe so.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted, and among those is a PowerPoint presentation on this case. So let's start there.
Madam Chairperson, if I might, just beg the indulgence of the board. My wife and I provide daycare for our 2-year-old granddaughter, and we had a death in the family. My wife had to leave to attend the funeral, so I am on sole custody duty.
Okay, understood.
If you see me leave the camera, it's only because I'm going to grab my 2-year-old granddaughter and make sure we're okay.
We'll understand. Okay, so if you want to turn your microphone off, I'm sure Mr. Wiederin can handle this. Since you've hired him, he understands the case. So perfect. All right. Okay. Then let's go back. Mr. Clements, you have this case. Let's start with the presentation.
Fantastic. Thank you, Madam Chair. Before us, we have docket item number 12. This is case 2021-00101 at 7000 Lee Summit Road, zoning district R-2.5. The applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the requirement prohibiting ground-mounted solar systems from being placed in the front yard, as well as a variance to the requirement prohibiting ground-mounted solar systems from being larger than 200 square feet. This is the location of the subject site near Lee Summit. This is a closer view of the subject site. Note that the home is situated in the rear of the property and to the south of the property, making essentially most of the property the front yard. This is the site plan submitted by the applicants. Since the creation of the staff report, the location of the solar array has been moved to the north slightly. The requested variances remain the same. These are the Missouri case factors to be considered for the first variance, variance A to the front yard prohibition. So there's 1 ground-mounted solar panel where none are allowed. No substantial change is anticipated given the general rural residential character of the neighborhood and the surroundings. A significant change in design would be necessary in order to obviate the variance. This is for variance B. Forgive me for not labeling it. This is to the total square footage. The applicants are requesting 942 square feet, meaning a variance of 742 is necessary. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is also not anticipated. A smaller solar system could be installed, though energy independence would not be achieved. Staff has reviewed all zoning variance review criteria and finds the case to be in compliance. With that, I conclude my presentation.
Jared, before you turn that off, can you take us back to the newest site plan again? Let's see how that's changed since we looked at it in the staff report.
I believe this is the old site plan.
Okay.
The applicant probably has the new one.
All right. All right. Thank you. Then you can stop sharing your screen. All right. All right. So let's hear from the applicant. tell us why you believe we should grant this variance or variances, plural.
Overall, to create energy independence, like Jared said, we could do a smaller system, but it would not allow the customer to really fulfill what they are trying to create while they're taking their home and turning it into a almost a zeroed out electric bill. So going green and creating that energy independence is really the biggest and really the key here.
So can someone explain to me, I understand this is more agricultural type property or more rural in its setting. How visible is this structure to the neighbors, and how does that present issues?
Let me take a shot at that.
Sure, go ahead, Mr. Ash.
Go back.
And hello to the 2-year-old.
Could staff go back to the site plan or any other representation of?
Yeah, I was going to say, Jesse, do you have a revised site plan? Can you share that? Because
yes, sorry.
Let's mark that as exhibit 10, because we should have a copy of that. So we'll need a copy of that at the conclusion that you can send to Jared.
And I believe they sent that to me. I just hadn't put it into the presentation yet.
Okay, fair enough, Jared. Thank you for clarifying that. If somebody can share that, I think the board would like to see how you've moved it.
And I can share my screen.
You can go ahead. We're going to mark that as exhibit 10.
And I have a program where I have the system setting right now that shows where it is into the property, and I can zoom out and zoom in and so on.
Okay, go ahead.
That's allowed. So
that's fine. Okay, we can see this. Go ahead.
Can you see that? I can't tell what I'm sharing, I guess.
Yeah, so what we can see is the home from an aerial view.
Okay.
And we see a little, I assume it'll be the panels that are blue and they've got yellow at the bottom of them.
Correct. Yep. So this is the rough size right here. It's pretty far away from the road. I can actually measure that and show that, but there is shrubs and trees and so on that do block that view as well. But once again, it is pretty far away from the road here. It does have a lot to do with the way that the house sits. It kind of sits at a different angle or direction. It doesn't sit perfect to the road. The front doors are actually here that face this way. So the front yard is kind of skewed a little bit from what it would normally be, but this is approximately where they would be. Right now they're sitting, I think, just a little bit more forward to the south than this.
And so to your question regarding screening.
Yes.
So we're looking at a north-south orientation. The street that runs from top to bottom on the screen is Lee Summit Road. If that helps.
Okay.
Yes.
The easement along Lee Summit Road is completely treed except for one section of about 20 feet where there is a pipeline easement that cuts diagonally across the property from northeast to southwest. And so the pipeline company cuts those shrubs and trees so that they have access completely to the pipeline. Otherwise, that north-south line along Lee Summit is completely treed. And it runs up to the corner of S Road, which runs east and west across the north side of the property. That is also completely treed from S. And then the western boundary of the property and the southern boundary of the property is the former Stevenson's Peach Orchard. And that runs for several score acres in both directions. So there are no neighbors except across S Road, and S Road has tree screening both on my side, on the south side of S, and on the north side of S. And then Lee Summit Road has tree screening all along the eastern side of our property.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Anything else you want us to consider, gentlemen?
one quick point to the energy independence issue. That is something that we've always felt we would like to do, and particularly when we were able to get this property. But the electricity is the only energy source available. There is no gas line. If you're familiar, this sits on the border between Kansas City and Lee Summit. And so there is no gas line, there is no sewer. So we have a pretty significant demand on electricity at the property for all utilities, you know, a grinder for the
septic system,
lines, you know. So this size of an array is really what's needed to manage the property with heat pumps and everything else.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Board members, do you have questions for the applicant?
I do, Madam Chair, I have a question
Yes.
from Mr. Wetterman.
Yes.
What happens to the system if you locate it in the backyard, south of the house?
we really don't want to eliminate as many trees as possible, so that it would be helpful locating it onto the side. We of course don't want to save trees by going solar and then cut down a bunch of trees to go solar. So, you know, it really to create that energy independence and make sure that the system is efficient and effective and useful, that it's not shaded by anything, whether it be trees or the house or the trees to the west or any of that. So
and if your question is the south side of the house, meaning the area between the lot line and the southern tip of the house, that's where the gas pipeline runs for the Phillips gas line, and we need to stay as far away from that underground oil gas transport line as we can.
That is the spot I had my eye on. And I heard your comment. I was wondering if that maybe did come to there. Very good. Thank you so much.
All right. Any other questions? Then I would entertain a motion from the board.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Stiller.
In case, correct me, in number 101.
Correct.
I would move that the board grant the request consistent with the staff report and site plan.
I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second, Ebbets.
I have a second from Mr. Ebbets. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request is granted. Thank you, gentlemen. And I'm sorry for your loss, Mr. Ash.
Thank you very much. And thank you, everyone.
All right, Mr. Wiederin, if you would stop sharing your screen.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Mr. Wiederin has let me know that case number 13, or docket number 13 rather, case number 29 or 112, they're going to need continuance to October 26th.
Okay, well,
they have revised their plans significantly and want to get those ready for presentation. So
okay, so let's take that up, and then I think we're going to take a lunch break because I think we're pretty close to 12 noon. Okay, so let's call docket number 13, case number 112, which is the address of 2924 Harrison Street. Is there anyone else online, since Mr. Wiederin is here? Is there anyone else online interested in this case? Hearing none, then the request is that we continue it to the 26th of October. Is that correct? All right, and no request for a fee, Mr. Clements?
No.
Okay, board's members, do I have a motion on this request?
So moved, as stated.
I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Banuki. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter will be continued to October 26th without fee. Thank you, sir. All right, folks, I think we should easily be able to finish these cases very quickly, but it is the lunch hour and we have to lose Mr. Ebbets. So let's take a brief break. And then when we come back, we'll try to hear the rest of the cases. I want to make this announcement because we are losing a board member. So we will still have a quorum to hear the remaining cases. However, there will be 4 board members. That means we can still hear your case, But since we do not have the 5-member panel, I will give you an option to continue your case. You don't have to do that, but if you do go forward, you would have to get 4 affirmative votes and there will be 4 people hearing your case. Some people prefer to have a 5th person, so they have a little bit of an option, but think about that. I'm going to ask you that question at the beginning of each of your cases and we'll make a determination. If on this brief lunch break, you think you want a continuance, you might raise your hand in the chat so the staff knows that you want to continue your case, because we might take those first before hearing evidence on those that remain. Okay, so let's take a lunch break. How much time do we want to take? Do we want to take 45 minutes? What do people want to do?
30 is fine.
I'm good with 30.
Is everybody in staff and court reporter is 30 minutes okay? Because we do have not that many more cases left, and I thought we could move through them, but I want to be fair so people can take a brief break to get some nourishment. Okay, let's take a 30-minute break and we'll be back at 12:30. Okay. Mr. Ebbets, travel safe.
Thank you.
Hello? Hello?
Yes.
It's Patricia. It says the host would like to speak with me.
Oh, I'm not the host, but I got the same message.
Huh. Well, I'm not sure. What case are you on?
The next one, 14.
Oh, okay.
Patricia,
Yes, Tom?
did you know we're reconvening at 12:30 after lunch? I didn't know if you.
I know, but I got a weird message that said the host would like to speak to me. Would I unmute myself?
Well, maybe Joe doesn't eat lunch.
Well, I haven't yet, but
Well, you're running out of time.
yeah. Often it's 2 o'clock before I ever get a chance to eat.
Well, sadly, I know that. Well, I'm going to get back at mine.
Okay. Thanks, Tom.
Certainly. Take care. Bye.
Uh-huh.
Hello.
Hi, how was your lunch?
It was very simple. But thank you for asking.
Oh.
You know, I think people need to have a break. Otherwise we'll have people and I think we'll move efficiently through the cases we have left, but we'll see. I just hate to be wrong about that.
Oh, totally fine. But yeah, everybody gets a chance to eat.
Right. Usually the court reporters I worry about more than a lot of people because you guys are trying to make sure it's all taken down right. So you're probably recording this, though. That's probably, you're not probably taking, you're not entering this, right?
I'm taking notes, but I'm not making a verbatim transcription. That's going to happen later.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Yeah. Because recording makes it easier, right? Yeah.
Exactly. But, you know, plus if we're on Zoom, I can have a little granola bar or something next to me. So it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, you can black out. Yeah, I can't. So
you can't, right? Yeah.
Ms. Jensen, you have your hand raised. Do you have a question before we get started? Is she on? I can't tell.
Let me see here.
Maybe she's still at lunch.
I think it had asked a few of us to unmute ourselves randomly while you guys were away.
Oh, it did just randomly ask you to do that?
The host is asking you to unmute yourself.
Oh, that's weird. Okay, well, we'll wait when Joe and everybody gets back. Sit tight. We'll figure it out.
Very good.
And I can't hear Miss Jensen. It looks like
Here I am.
there you are. Okay, yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. Everybody's not back yet, Miss Jensen. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
I didn't know you guys were meeting at 9 this morning, so that was a complete shock.
Oh, sorry about that. We're trying to catch up on our dockets.
I know. So can you tell me what you did on your docket number 00 at the beginning, 9818 Summit?
I continued it.
Yeah, but I wanted it continued to the first meeting in December.
We did not. We continued it till November 9th.
Okay, but I've just entered it. I'm trying to get, just FYI, I'm trying to get documents from the city. So I will be asking for another continuance.
Okay, well, we'll take that up if that, okay, all right, fair enough. Yeah,
I mean, FYI.
Okay.
Like shit. Sorry.
That's okay.
Swearing.
That's good. I mean, if Sarah's on, I guess we could, since you're going to be counsel of that case, she might let us revisit it. I don't know if that's appropriate or not.
Yeah.
I'm on.
Hi, Sarah. Did you hear?
Hello.
Did you hear what Miss Jensen's question is? She's coming in as counsel of record on that double odd, what I call the 00 docket number, that 9818 Summit, and we continued it to November 9th, but she wants a further continuance. Should we address that now so we don't have to have that on our 9th docket?
I think it's fine to do that, sure.
That's what I was hoping to, since our docket, we're trying to do so much about pushing cases forward to conclusion. Ms. Jensen, we'll take that up first. We'll take that up when we start here, and then we'll go back to the regular.
I've got another one that we were hoping to be able to dismiss, but I'm going to ask you to continue it because the staff has not done a memo yet on it. So that's why my hand was raised.
Okay, all right.
And Sarah, before you start real quick, what'd you do about the cases that were continued to October 12th and not shown on the October 12th docket?
No, they're on the docket, Miss Jensen. They're on there.
Patricia, we handled CD BZA 2021-0014 at the beginning of this meeting. It's been continued to 2022.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I was looking for a revised docket and I never found one.
Okay, I'm confused. Anna,
was it revised, Anna? I don't know that it was.
It was not.
Well, how'd you handle it when it wasn't shown on there?
Right. I was wondering the same thing, Anna. I mean, if it wasn't on the docket, that's an issue.
Was that the one that, this is Teresa, is that the one that you read into the record and we continued?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. And did you ask if anybody had appeared?
I did.
Okay. Okay. Well, we'll go with that.
Okay, and so on it, am I right in that Ms. Jensen has entered her appearance in what is docket item 00, which I thought we had continued to November 9th. Did I get that wrong? Did we continue it further?
No, staff still support the continuance to November 9th.
Okay, so we're going to take that case, we're going to reopen that case because she wants a continuance until further along. So Sarah says we can do that. So in an effort to try to move these cases forward for everybody, including staff and the board, we're going to start there. Okay, and so we'll reopen that as soon as I get Tom and Tom back.
And then just FYI, the reason I had my hand raised too was for docket item number 35. It's 114. And I will be asking you guys to continue that to allow staff to get a memo written that states our property is now in compliance before I dismiss the appeal.
We should be able to take that today, correct? Even though that was in the ones you were going to continue because you moved another case in that list forward. Is that okay since it was advertised?
Is that a question for me?
Anybody? I don't know. I'm just asking.
Sure. Yeah, we can do it.
Okay. Okay. So do we have everybody back? I have everybody back. Joe, are you back? Yep.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so let's do this with Ms. Jensen. Ms. Jensen, are you also on dockets? Are you on docket items 14A and B too?
No, I am not.
Okay, well, let's deal with Ms. Jensen's issues and then we'll take on 14A and B because I think that's where we started or stopped. Okay, I'm going to reopen case number 63 with an address of 9818 Summit Street. Ms. Jensen, can you state your name for the record? Do you have your camera on?
I don't know. I'm not admitted camera wise. All I see is my mute that I can mute and unmute, but I don't see anything. I don't, here now they're sending me a thing.
Okay.
There, now you can see me.
Okay, Ms. Jensen, would you state your name for the record?
Patricia Jensen with the Russ Fretz Law Firm with offices located up 4510 Bellevue.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, so we've reopened this case. Ms. Jensen, I understand that you're now coming in as counsel for the applicant in this matter. Is that correct?
Correct.
And we had previously continued this matter to November 9th at 2020 with staff's recommendation, and you wish for it to be continued to a further date. What is that?
I wish that it were continued to your December meeting date. This will, as you know, I've just recently been engaged by Ron and Cynthia Wheeler in regards to this matter. So I am trying to do due diligence in terms of investigation to be able to get prepared for the hearing on this matter. And we request that it be continued to December 14th without a fee to allow myself to be able to get prepared. I've got a number of hearings in November and the end of October. And I also need now to issue a written records request for files with the planning department. They've told me I have to do that rather than just sending an email saying I'd like to look at an investigation file.
Okay. All right. And I don't believe there was any opposition on the first time we called this case because there was no one, when I called for that, no one appeared on this one. So
and I apologize. I was thinking your meeting started at 1. It's my error.
we appreciate that honesty. We have had some interesting meetings times. We're trying to get caught up. Okay. All right. Board members, what is your
Jared?
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Sorry. Staff had told the applicant that in September that if any continuances happened after November 9th, it would result in a fee. So
Okay.
staff requests that it be continued with fee.
I see no reason for a fee when all they want to do is have legal representation. So this is the first time. And
Okay.
I've continued cases without fees for more than 30 days before.
Given that this is an appeal case and it was first
Yes.
applied for in May, staff is wanting this to continue to be moved forward. So the sooner we can hear it, the sooner we can deal with the case. So hence the reasoning behind the fee.
Okay, I thank you, Jared, for your position. I appreciate that. All right, board members, any other questions for either Mr. Clements or Ms. Jensen? Then, and Ms. Jensen, you understand we have 4 board members to address this continuance, correct?
Correct.
All right. Do I have a motion on further continuing this matter?
So moved without fee.
I have a motion from Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued to December 14th without a fee.
Thank
All
you.
right. All right. And then Ms. Jensen, the other case you've asked about
is number 35 on your docket. Your case number is 114.
Okay, let's call that case, which is docket 35. Case number 114 at 3801 Troost Avenue. And would you state your appearance for that case, please?
Patricia Jensen with the Russ Retz Law Firm with offices located at 4510 Bellevue, here today on behalf of the owner of 1707 LLC. Madam Chair, you may recall this case. This dealt with the Troost Corridor Overlay Guidelines, and my client had purchased a vacant car wash that was ridden with lots of drug and other activity on the site, and was cleaning up the building and redoing the building for eventual office space, that type of space. You all granted a variance to a provision of the Troost Corridor Overlay Guidelines dealing with the transparency requirements. And my client agreed to put in windows in a certain level. My client inadvertently did not understand that applying energy efficiency film to her windows so that her property would be more energy efficient would result in a violation issued, because you can clearly see from the street inside the building. We've met, and so we appealed this notice of violation we received. We've worked with the staff. We removed the energy efficiency tape or film while retaining the security film that was put on the windows. Staff has now gone out and visited the property, and I believe Mr. Rexwinkle is going to state that it is now in conformance with the Troost Corridor Overlay Guidelines, but I would really like that in writing so it can be a matter of a record before I agree to dismiss the appeal. That writing hasn't occurred yet, so I would request that you continue this to either, I understand you're showing an October 26th BZA date.
That's correct.
It could be then, because I believe that will allow staff time to prepare the memo.
Okay. Staff have any objection to us continuing this at that time, and then if it's taken care of, it can be dismissed? Hearing no objection.
No objection.
Okay, thanks, Anna. All right, board members, do I have a motion on this case, 114?
So move to October 26th
Okay, do I have a second?
without fee.
I'm sorry, I got it. So I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. I have a second from Mr. Bernucci. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matters continue. All right, Ms. Jensen, thank you very much.
Thank you. And I would encourage you, because this was quite a heated case. The property looks beautiful. So if you ever have an opportunity, drive by there, and you probably can remember the pictures we showed you of the dilapidated car wash. So
thank you, ma'am. All right.
You do good work on some cases. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Having been on this board for so many years, I do drive through its streets, and I oftentimes do recognize that this board does a great service to the city. So to my fellow board members, I thank you too. All right, let's move on to items 14A and 14B. And I would ask anyone who is here today, the applicant and all those who are here in support or opposition to this request for variance, to please raise your hand to be promoted. And once you get promoted, please turn on your microphone and your camera.
Promoted Ben Schroner.
Okay. Okay, sir, could you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Ben Schroner, Benjamin Schroner.
Okay, and could you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Is there anyone else of interest on the case today? I mean, online today? Of interest? Did anybody else raise their hand? Joe?
Oh, madam.
Okay, sorry, I missed that. Sorry. Thank you, Joe. All right. Sir, have you reviewed the staff report that's connected with the application for variance?
I have.
Okay, on page 3 of that document, there is a list of administrative exhibits that number 1 through 10. Do you have any objection to my admitting those for the board to consider and review those as we take your case under advisement?
I have no objection.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 10 will be admitted, and we do have a PowerPoint presentation, so let's start there. I think, Anna, you have this one?
Thank you.
Okay.
So docket items number 14A and 14B, they focus on 4332 and 4334 Forest Avenue. They are both zoned R1.5, and the applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the minimum lot width of the R1.5 district. The site is located in the Midtown portion of Kansas City to the east of Troost. This is a photograph of the subject sites and the 2 lots. The applicant is proposing to develop 3 infill development homes. One of the lots is currently, the dimensions of the lot are appropriate for the R1, the R1.5 zoning district, excuse me. Thus he needs the request for the other 2. This is a rendering of the 3 properties in question and the homes they are considering building. And this is the site plan provided by the applicant. The requested variances are highlighted in green. There's 1 variance for 4332 Forest Avenue and 1 for 4334 Forest Avenue. The requirement within the zoning district is a 30-foot lot width minimum. The existing lots, they are 28.5 feet in lot width. So both properties are requesting a variance of 1.5 feet. And that concludes my presentation.
Sir, why do you believe we should grant these variances?
It's a bit confusing. You guys are most likely more familiar with it, but there are currently 3 parcels, and the southern 2, 4332 and 4334, are each 28.5 feet wide, so just shy of the minimum. These parcels were created, circa 1908, and were at the time conforming. And when they were created, it wasn't a requirement that the lots were replatted before they were developed. And so in order to do a minor subdivision with city planning, we have to replat them at their current parcel dimensions in order for them to obtain permits and development. It's consistent. The current parcel dimensions of 30, 28.5 and 28.5 are consistent with the area. As you may have saw on the site plan, the properties directly to the south along 44th, those are actually 29 feet wide. and much more narrow, or sorry, much more shallow. And so we're able to meet all other standards as far as setbacks and dimensions and lot area. Will actually exceed all other requirements.
So this is just to the minimum width of both of
Correct.
those lots.
Right, yeah, it's just those two, instead of, they're not 30 feet wide, they're just 28.5. And so we would need the variance in order to have planning consider the minor subdivision, so the lot lines match the parcel lines.
Okay. Board members, do you have questions for the applicant? Okay, hearing no questions, I'd entertain a motion on these two cases, on case numbers 106 and 123.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would, on those two cases, I would move that the board grant the requests in accordance with staff report and site plan.
I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Gorence. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion, the requests are granted. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
All right. Let's move on to the next item, which is item number 15, docket 15, case number 107. And the address is 1514 Northeast 80th Court. With the applicant and all persons interested in this case, either in support or opposition, please raise your hand to be promoted so we can hear this matter. Mr. Wagner, are you on? I don't see anybody by that name.
Jared, I don't see anyone by that name. Do you know if someone else is appearing for Mr. Wagner?
I haven't received any communication saying so.
Yeah.
Should we just hold this one and I can give him a call?
Yeah, let's do that, Jared. I think that's good because we have a little bit more flexibility today. So let's do that. We have a few cases. Okay, we're going to hold that one. Okay, let's move to item number 16 then, which is case number 108, and the address is 3334 Campbell Street. With the applicant and all other parties either in support or opposition of this case, please raise your hand to be promoted.
I'm going to go ahead and promote Megan, who I believe is representing the property owners.
Okay. Whoever Megan is, if you would turn on your camera and turn on your microphone, please. Hello.
Hi.
Can you state your name, please?
Megan Hale.
And how do you spell your last name?
H-A-I-L.
Okay. And Megan, what is your connection to this matter?
I am the project manager with Rising Sun Solar.
Okay. Ms. Hale, if you would raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. I do.
Okay. Ms. Hale, I need to ask you this question. So currently we have 4 board members that can hear cases for the conclusion of our hearing today. That is a quorum, so the board can proceed. However, typically we have a 5-panel board that hears the case. You can proceed with the 4 members that are here. If you do, you have to get 4 affirmative votes to succeed in your application. Do you wish to proceed with the four members? Thank you. All right. Then Ms. Hale, have you reviewed the staff report connected to your client's application?
Yes.
Okay. On the 3rd page of that report, there are 9 administrative exhibits. Do you have any objection to my admitting those for the board to review this afternoon?
No.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted, and we do have a PowerPoint among those, so we will start there. Okay. And Jared, now you're not muted. Okay, go ahead.
There we go. I noticed that right before I shared my screen.
I try to help you guys because I see that better than you guys probably do.
Yeah, thanks so much. Okay, before us, we have docket number 16. This is case BZA 2021-108 at 3334 Campbell Street. The zoning is R-2.5. The applicant in this case is seeking approval of a variance to the maximum allowable accessory structure footprint area. Let's see, the location of the subject site is here. It's in the Midtown Plaza area plan. This is a closer view of the subject site. I will note, let's see, the property immediately to the north of the location of the proposed structure has been consolidated with the highlighted portion. So this portion here, these are all one lot now, just for everyone's understanding. It just hasn't been updated on our mapping system yet. So this is a closer view of the subject site. The proposed accessory structure sits to the north. It is 15 feet larger than the maximum allowable size of 200 square feet. And that is due to the limitations of solar panel units, can't shrink them. This is an elevation of the accessory structure. The applicants have proposed the structure as a way to avoid placing solar panels on their home, as it is located in a historic district. These are the Missouri case factors to be considered. The variance is 15 square feet larger than the requirement. A substantial change is not anticipated. Their plans have already been approved actually by the Historic Preservation Committee in the neighborhood. The change could not be obviated without the variance for a 2-panel solar panel structure. Staff has reviewed all zoning variance review criteria and finds this case to be in compliance. With that, I conclude my presentation.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Hale, why should the board grant this variance?
Well, Jared pretty much explained everything that I was going to go over, but it is in a historical district, so we want to avoid putting any panels on the home. Not to mention the home isn't ideal because they don't have south-facing roof that could accommodate these panels. And we would have to remove panels to meet the requirement, and then that would decrease their energy offset and they wouldn't be energy independent. They wouldn't achieve their energy independence.
So if I understand this correctly, no solar panels will go on the roof of this home. These will all be on this structure to the side of it.
Yeah, well, there's some on the pergola that we're proposing, and then they're building an awning on the home.
Okay.
So a new awning, some will go on that. That's what you see on the plans.
Okay, that's what I was gonna, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I didn't understand because I saw the plans and I was just trying to understand if the structure was something to move those off. So those would stay, that's an awning on this, on the house.
Yes, and those have been approved.
Okay.
Already.
Okay, so we don't need a variance for those, is that correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Clements, okay. All right. Is that, he says, Jared, you're gonna say yes?
Yes.
Okay, affirmative. All right, thank you. All right. So has the homeowner discussed these with the neighbors and the location? I understand the Historic Preservation Committee has looked at this, but is there any neighbor objection to any of this?
No, not that we're aware of, no.
Okay.
Staff hasn't received anything regarding this case whatsoever.
Okay. All right, board members, do you have questions? Then I think we're to the point where I would entertain a motion on this case. No motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Stiller?
in case number 108,
Yes.
I move that the board grant the request in accordance with the staff report and site plan.
I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Gorentz. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request is granted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And Jared, you're still trying to get a hold of number 15, right?
I believe Anna maybe reached out to him while I was presenting that one. We'll see if he's online.
Yes, I've sent him the link to the Board of Zoning Adjustment website, and he's going to work on to log on soon.
Okay, then we have another case that we said we were going to take it today. Let's go to docket number 19, which is case number 97. The address is 5132 North Cypress Avenue. Would the applicant please raise your hand to be promoted, as well as any other party who's here to support or oppose this request for variance?
Madam Chair, I've promoted the applicant, which is Heather and William Fambro. And then there's a second person named Steve that's raised their hand, and I'm promoting Steve.
Okay. Folks, when you get online, please turn on your cameras and turn on your microphones, please.
Madam Chairman, I've turned on my microphone, but I'm having issues with my camera. This is William Fambro.
Okay. Is it that your camera's not working, or you
It
can't?
looks like it's not working.
Okay. And you're the applicant, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And to the gentleman whose name is Steve, who are you, please? What's your name?
Stephen Diamond.
Stephen Diamond?
Diamond, yes.
Okay, as in the stone, right?
Yes.
Okay. Are you here in support or opposition of this request?
Opposition.
Okay, I'm gonna have you raise your right hand. Since I can see you, do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Fambro, I would really like to see you so we could swear you in, but if you're having camera difficulties, I don't want to not hear the case. So I'm going to ask you to affirmatively tell me that you are raising your right hand.
I'm raising my right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And sir, state your full name so that I have that.
William L. Fambro.
Okay, thank you. And is there anyone else with you that's going to be giving testimony today?
No.
Okay, all right. Mr. Fambro, have you reviewed the staff report that has been created by our staff as it relates to your request for variance?
I have not. I wasn't able to pull it up.
Okay, well, my question is in that report, there's a list of 9 items that are called administrative exhibits. There are things like the zoning and development code, the rules and regulations of our board, the qualification of our members, the published notice for today's hearing, the mailed notice of today's hearing, the certificate of mailing that it was sent out, the staff report that I just mentioned, your submittal of what you submitted to the city, and then a PowerPoint presentation. Do you have any objection to those items being admitted so we can hear your case today?
I do not.
All right, administrative exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted, and we do have a PowerPoint presentation, and I hope, sir, you can see that as Mr. Clements presents it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before us, we have docket item number 19, case BZA-2020-97. This is located at 5132 North Cypress Avenue. The zoning is B1-1, but it's a residential use, single family home. The applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the maximum allowable accessory structure footprint area. This is the location of the subject site in the north of the city. This is a closer view of the subject site. The storage containers are on the south side of the property over here. This is a proposal by the applicant displaying how they would screen the storage containers should the variance be granted, not how the property appears currently. The smaller shed structure would be a shell built around what is currently 2 storage containers. These are the Missouri case factors. The variance is for 440 square feet, as 200 square feet are allowed and 640 are requested. The visual impact of the storage containers has been a negative one on the surrounding property since at least October of 2020. The difficulty could be obviated by storing the containers elsewhere or renting a self-storage space at a storage facility. with that, I will conclude my presentation.
Okay. Mr. Fambro, I neglected to ask you this question before we began, so I need to get clarification at this time before we go further. Your
About the
current-
4.
Yes, about the
Yeah,
4.
yeah.
Were you willing to waive the right to 5 and proceed to let this panel hear and reach a decision on your case?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, thank you. I've said that I kind of get sidetracked when I can't get everybody online in easy order. So thank you for that, sir. All right, so sir, why do you believe we should grant a variance? What is
Well-
it? What is it that you have out there, and why can you not store it somewhere else?
Okay, yeah, I had lost my job when where we were renting before. It became impossible to afford the rent, and so we put our belongings into storage, and then we became homeless for a while. And then COVID hit, and so we were homeless during COVID. And then we found the rental at 5132 North Cypress Avenue, but we couldn't afford where we were storing our property as well as the rent. And so the landlord allowed us to store the containers on the property. And I was needing a variance so I could convert them into a storage shed, which would, make them look, make it not look so bad like it looks now, and to come into compliance.
What are you storing in these containers?
Personal property. This is a three bedroom home, and we're downsizing from a 5-bedroom.
So like clothing, furniture, what's inside of there?
Extra clothing, furniture, things that you normally have in the garage. We don't have a garage here. Bicycles, lawnmowers, personal property that would go inside of a house.
Okay. Okay, board members have questions for the applicant as to the status and what he's requesting. Okay, here, yes, Mr. Stiller, just a second. Yes, sir, Mr. Diamond, I'll get you in a minute. I want to have board members ask their questions first of the applicant.
A question of staff and the applicant. Do we have any pictures, any images of what is out there now? I'm not sure what we're doing.
I have not been provided with pictures of these storage containers. The only applicant submittal was what I showed you.
Which is something that doesn't exist, right?
Correct.
Okay, all right. All right, any other questions? Okay, then Mr. Diamond, I'd like to hear from you. What is your opposition?
Okay, so these things are like 40-foot containers, and they're both 8 feet wide. So it's 640 square feet, just a container without a building built over the top of it. By the time you add some way to open the doors on the containers, and the doors are 4 feet wide, you're gonna have to allow the thickness of the outside of the wall. This thing has grown, it's not 440 square feet. This thing is like, well, I don't even know the exact dimensions because I don't, there's nothing to go off of it. But you add 4 feet and the doors are on opposite ends. So you're either gonna have to put a door on both ends, or you have to make it 4 feet farther than the 40 feet plus the distance of the wall. I mean, we're getting to 50 by, I don't know how, about 18 feet. And then if you have the garage doors, to open that, then you have to go up to put someplace for the doors to roll up. So this thing, these are huge in a residential area to have 2 of them in the backyard. So as you drive down the street, I mean, they are at the same distance as the setback of where a house would be. So it's like the house on the corner, containers, and then house after house all the way down the street. So the picture that he's showing of this little bitty building outside there, that would be fine if he would do that. But if you build over those containers, this thing's going to be a big old warehouse looking thing. I mean, this is you know, and
Are
there's,
are these shipping containers like that you
Yes.
see on the back of an intermodal tractor
Yes.
trailer concept?
yeah, and it's not the short ones, it's the long ones.
So it's the
These are 40 footers.
these are the 43 length ones, 43-foot
Yes.
ones?
Yes.
And
So
what-
by the time you have some way to open the doors, you know, I mean, this thing's getting like 50 feet. I mean, you know, this isn't a small little shed. So I think it would look really bad, and I request that the variance not be approved. I don't know why they can't build on the other side of the property where it would be over in the retail, that the same guy that owns the place could build it over there.
Mr. Fambro,
Mhm.
are you renting this location?
Yes, and I think I can address Mr. Diamond's what he's concerned about. It could be moved over there, but then I would be out of variance for the property line. In other words, where they're situated comes into everything else is in the requirement, 10 feet from another building. I can't remember if it's 3 or 4 feet from the next property line. You know, they're situated in the exact area that meets all the requirements, except that they're larger than what a normal accessory structure would be. And when the project is finished, they will not be any larger than what they are now. The doors
Can't
would be
be.
larger if you open them, but then they close back. In other words, the opening will open, but when you close it back, it comes back into the situation it is there. They will look exactly as the picture, because the picture that you're seeing there is covering the containers. In other words, it would be, the picture is to scale of what it would look like compared to the house.
That's not to scale.
Okay, well, so let me just say this. I'm one board member, but we have had cases where people have moved these type of containers onto property, whether it be residential. We've had schools do it. We've had other people do this. And it's not an approved outside structure. And so I'm one board member, but I don't see how this is something that is a structure that is going to be approved. And since you don't own this property, Mr. Fanbar, I'm having a hard time as to how you're going to build a structure on this property when the landowner isn't here asserting that they're willing to put a structure on the property. So I'm concerned about what we've got here.
Okay, there are within 3 blocks of the area, there are a number of the containers that are here on properties, on other properties around this location. I'm not understanding your question.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the city can help me on this, but a storage container like this is not something that would necessarily be deemed an outside structure. And on this situation, you have 2. Mr. Rexmickle, can you or Mr. Clemens enlighten the board? I have never seen that we have been able to approve a structure like this just parked on a property as an outside approved structure without some sort of attachment to the property with a foundation.
Yeah, shipping containers are specifically prohibited from being an accessory structure or for outdoor storage. I believe that's why this applicant is proposing to build a structure around them, so that the accessory structure itself stores the shipping containers, I guess you could say.
Okay. All right. Okay. I mean, so that I'm right. We can't have these here unless they're somehow in something else. So, Mr. Farnborough, I don't understand how you as a renter can build a structure on this property.
With permission of the owner, I'm not able to.
I don't know, do you have the owner's permission? Do we have an affidavit from him today?
I didn't get an affidavit for permission to build, but I can get one for you.
Okay, so what I think we're gonna have to do is, I think we need the property owner to be involved in this. If you want this board to consider something,
Mhm.
we need way more information. We need building dimensions. We need an actual structured architectural design plan created of what you want to build so that we understand the dimensions of the structure that will go over top of these.
Okay,
But what we have right now, we don't have enough information.
okay.
So if we rule today, I'm one board member, but you have to have 4 votes. So I think you can read the lines here. There's no secret.
Right.
And absolutely, those shipping containers are not allowed there. And
Okay.
I don't know if you're going to be able to build a structure as big as you want that's going to be appropriate for that property. I have no idea without a proper plan. I mean, something that is drawn up and measured that a contractor is going to be able to sign off on or an architect signs off on. Can you afford to do that?
I've talked to some previously talked to some architects that I can afford.
Okay, so this is what we're going to do. I think if the board members agree, I think we can continue this to make sure that there is a way that you can build a structure like you're proposing. Because if not, I don't think this is going to be something you're going to get to do. And you'll have to move those things. So we'll give you a short continuance to prove to us that you can, because otherwise we're going to have to rule on this motion and have you remove those. All right. All right. So Mr. Diamond, I think let's see if we can figure out if this is something that's appropriate or not, and that a structure can be built as he's saying, and we'll address this in 2 weeks because that's when our next meeting is.
Okay, I think that it's going to be way too big.
Well,
I mean, 2 containers, and I mean, that looks, it looks horrible now. I just can't imagine it getting bigger.
What I would like is some photographs of what's there. So Mr. Diamond, in 2 weeks, it might be helpful if you would send us some photographs of what that looks like. Mr. Farnbar too. I mean, it seems to me this board is not with enough information today. So board members, do I have a motion to continue this case for 2 weeks to allow the applicant to attempt to do something that we can rule on?
So
I have a motion for Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Banuki. All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. Gentlemen, we'll see you in 2 weeks on October the 26th at 9 a.m.
9 a.m.
9 a.m.
Okay.
And before then, sir, I think before then, you need to get with city staff and you need to get them plans. Okay. So reach out to Mr. Clements. All right.
I will.
Thank you. All right. So did we get the folks from docket 15? Did we get a hold of them?
Yes, they are online.
Perfect. Thank you, Anna. Let's then call docket item 15, case number 107 with an address of 1514 Northeast 80th Court. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, as well as all other parties who are here to either support or oppose this request for variance?
I'm promoting Ryan Wagner right now.
Okay. Mr. Wagner, can you turn on your camera and microphone, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Can you state your name, please?
Ryan Wagner.
Thank you. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. There was no one else that raised their hand to be promoted, correct? Joe?
I didn't see any other raised hands, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Just to note, my wife is in the office here with me in case she needs to.
Help you?
Yep.
Okay, fair enough. Understood. All right, sir, have you had a chance to review? And we appreciate you being able to join us because we're trying to hear as many cases since we're in a backed up situation here with
Sure.
our board. We're glad you could join us. Have you had a chance to review the report that staff created as it relates to your application for variance?
Yes.
Okay, if you saw that report, my question is about page 3 of that report. At the very bottom, there are some exhibits that number 1 through 9. They're right there above Mr. Clement's signature. Those are administrative exhibits about this case. Do you have any objection to my admitting those for the board to consider this afternoon?
No.
Thank you. Administrative exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted, and there is a PowerPoint presentation about this request. So we'll start there, sir, and then I'll have questions for you, as will other members of the board.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before us, we have docket item number 15. This is BZA-2021-107, located at 1514 Northeast 80th Court. The zoning is R-7.5. The applicant in this case is seeking approval of a variance to allow for an existing carport in the street side yard setback, as well as a variance to the maximum allowable accessory structure size. This is the location of the subject site. You can see it's just north of Gladstone there. This is a closer view of the subject site. I'm just going to go to the next image because it's almost the same. This is the general site plan that was given to us by the applicant. You can see the 12 by 18 carport there in hashed lines. So the Missouri case factors for variance A. The variance is 8 feet and 1 inch. A substantial change is not expected to be produced. The difficulty could not be obviated by some feasible method other than a variance. The variance B, it's 16 square feet larger than allowed. A substantial change is not expected, and a variance would be required for this. There is no design change that would be allowable. Staff has reviewed all zoning variance review criteria and finds the case to be in compliance. With that, I conclude my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wagner, I neglected to ask you one point of order, and since you guys were not waiting online today, I don't think you heard my presentation before we took a lunch break. We had 5 members hearing cases earlier today, but one of our board members had to drop off. So we currently have 4 members of our normal 5 voting members of the panel. We are still under our rules a quorum. 4 of us can go forward, but we need your permission to do that. If you don't want to do that, we can give you a continuance for 2 weeks. What would you prefer us to do?
It's perfectly fine with 4.
Okay, thank you. I just need to make sure on the record I've asked you that and you said okay. All right.
Absolutely.
So as I understand this, you have suffered an injury that causes you to need this carport. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, I'm
okay.
Quadriplegic.
Yes. Is this something you've had for some time?
Yes.
Okay. And have you discussed what this will look like with your neighbors?
Yes.
And have they raised any concerns or questions about having this here?
Not directly to me, no.
Okay. Or to your wife or anybody that you know about?
Nope.
No.
Everybody
Okay.
was fine with it as far as I knew.
And this is primarily for your vehicle that you use for your personal transport. Is that correct?
So the carport is because my vehicle takes up the way the ramp comes out in the van so that I can get in and out in the garage. We lose the additional space for parking for any other vehicle.
And do you have an attached, I don't have a picture of your home. Do you have an attached garage as a part of your home?
Yes.
Okay. And so you can't park in that because of your handicap ramp?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, and it's sometimes easier when our staff can go out and actually take videos of your home, but COVID has limited how we get information. So I ask a lot of questions just to have a better understanding.
It's changed a lot of things.
It has, I agree. Okay. Board members, do you understand this request or have any questions? Hearing no questions. Did I lose Mr.? Hold on a second. Where's Mr. Quorums? Well, now I don't have a quorum. Hold on. Let's just wait just a second. Can someone reach out to Mr. Quorums and find out why he's dropped off?
Yeah, Lisa, will you please give him a call?
And I don't know when he dropped off.
I didn't notice either.
I didn't either. He was here when we started.
Yeah.
He did. So just a minute. We might just have to.
Technology's great till it's not, huh?
Well, that's just sums it all up.
Yeah. It's one thing to leave a room. It's another to have your screen, you know, your little thumbnail flip off. Well, this is new.
Well, I know he was here because I saw him when we started this case. So he was here. I mean, the court reporter's agreeing with me. And it just like I didn't notice him. He was actually on the second row there, for me at least. I apologize, sir.
Okay, no worries.
Let's hope he didn't have like a power outage. Oh, there he is. Tom's back. Okay, Tom, I don't know when you dropped off. Can you tell me what part of the case you heard? Can you turn on your mic?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just about ready to ask the board members
For a vote?
their vote.
Okay, then I think you heard everything. Perfect. That's all I needed to know, Tom. All right, now I'm going to ask that again. Can I have a vote then from one of the board members?
Madam Chair, in case number 107, I recommend that the applicant's request be granted in accordance with the site plan and the staff report.
I have a motion from Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Gorich. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Were you aye, Mr. Stiller, or opposed?
Aye.
Oh, okay. Sorry. And the chair votes with the motion. The motion passes. Thank you, sir. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right. I think then that concludes the cases that we will hear today. And the rest of our cases, is that correct? Or is there anything left that I've missed?
Madam Chair, due to some of the continuances falling off, we discussed hearing 29.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Today.
Okay.
And then now we've kind of put ourselves in a position where there's probably more than 20 on October 26th. So I see in the chat box that the applicant for number 25 is also here. Since we've got some time, if we could do those two and then conclude, that would be most appreciated.
Board members, I can stay for two more cases. Can you all stay with us for two more?
I'm good.
Okay, all right, then we'll take those. Again, we'll have to make sure they'll take the 4 members over the 5, but we'll get to that. Okay, so then let's call into our court reporter. You okay to stay?
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. All right, let's call then docket item 25, case number 120, with an address of 811 West 18th Street. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, along with all persons who are here either in support or opposition?
Madam Chair, I've promoted Nathan Benjamin and Richard Hernandez.
Okay.
Mr. Benjamin, please accept the invitation to join as a panelist. You have your hand raised, so I'm trying to promote you. Thank you.
All right. Let's start with you, Mr. Benjamin. Would you state your name for the record, please?
Nathan Benjamin.
And would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Hernandez, would you please state your name for the record?
Richard Hernandez.
And would you raise your hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Mr. Benjamin, you're the owner and applicant, is that correct?
That is correct.
And Mr. Hernandez, what is your interest in this case?
I oppose.
Okay, fair enough. That's what I wanted to, okay, we'll get to you then in a minute. Let's hear from the applicant and you can then tell us your opposition. Mr. Benjamin, have you had a chance to review the staff report that was created as it relates to your request for variance?
Yes, I have.
Okay, on page 4 of that report, there is a list of 11 exhibits that are listed as it relates to your case. Do you have any objection to my admitting those 11 exhibits into evidence for the board to consider this afternoon?
No objections. Although I have a revised version of the PowerPoint presentation that I'd like to present.
Okay, well, since we didn't have it to begin with, we'll just assume what you're going to show today is that PowerPoint, since we don't have a copy
Madam
of that.
Chair,
I'm sorry.
I apologize. That actually is listed as number 11 underneath the
sorry.
exhibits.
Right, that's what I said. So
Okay.
he's saying
Is
he said he's revised it, but why would I need to do another exhibit if he's just going to show us the one he's revised? Because I never admitted the last one.
Correct.
Okay, so I think we're okay. And he could just send you a copy of the revised PowerPoint at the end of this hearing, so you have an actual copy. Is that fair, Anna?
Yes.
Okay, all right. All right, so exhibits 1 through 11 will be admitted. Anna, if you would do your presentation first, and then we'll hear from him.
Thank you. So docket item number 25 focuses on 811 West 18th Street. This property is zoned R7.5, and the applicant is seeking approval to several variances to accommodate a deck on the back of the property. Excuse me, this slide is incorrect. The property is located in the west side neighborhood of Kansas City. This is a close-up of the subject property. It is highlighted in yellow. You can see I-35 over to the east, West Penway over to the west, Summit Street also to the east. This is a photograph of the existing property. The applicant is proposing to renovate the single-family home. This is a photo of the rear where the deck in question is being located. This is a rendering of the deck provided by the applicant as well. There's also going to be like a little carport type of a situation underneath. This is another rendering of the photo of the deck, excuse me. And this is where I list several variances. So as noted on the photograph, this is a very tiny lot. This property was rezoned to this zoning district back quite a long time ago and is now not compliant to the existing zoning district. Oops. So thus triggering the need for several variances. The existing zoning as it stands requires 6,000 square feet per unit. So we are proposing a variance in the amount of 3,533.2 square feet to accommodate this request. The trigger for the variance in the rear of the lot triggers the need for these other variances as well. I should have clarified that at the beginning of my presentation. In addition, with variance B, they need a the existing zoning is 50 feet, 50 feet for the minimum lot width. They're proposing 35.5 feet. That is the existing conditions. So that requires a variance in the amount of 14.5 feet. Variance C, this is in specific relations to the deck that triggered this review at all. So decks and balconies of less than 500 square feet, they may extend into the rear yard as long as there is 20 feet that can be maintained. However, there's not even 20 feet in the rear yard to begin with. So they're Their deck will be built all the way up to the property line. This triggers a variance in the amount of 7 feet. And then finally, the variance D, this is a requirement to the side yard setback. The existing side yard is 3.5 feet, but the proposed home was built originally on the property line, practically on the property line. So they are proposing a 0.3 side yard setback, which would trigger a variance request of 3.25 feet. And that concludes my presentation. I know I said a lot.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I'll take any questions.
Okay, I think we might have a few, but let me ask
Mhm.
Mr. Benjamin. I think you're aware of this, but we currently have only 4 board members that can hear your case today. And I just need an answer from you on whether you want the 4 members to do that, or do you want to continue it so that 5 board members could hear your case in a couple of weeks?
I'm okay moving forward today.
Okay, all right. All right, so explain to us why you think the board should grant these variances.
3 of the 4 variances are for an existing residence, essentially just to bring it into compliance, just to allow us to renovate an existing home. It's a great neighborhood. It's an amazing old building that we're wanting to just renovate and modify the existing conditions. The 4th variance is the addition of a deck on the back, just with the small lot that's there. We're looking to add off-street parking in the back of the property, on the property. And the deck would essentially allow us to have a backyard to just have some usable space there, because it is just a postage stamp lot. There's really not a lot of room for outdoor use at all. So we're trying to maximize the ability to use a very small lot in the existing historic neighborhood.
Okay, and so how would you access parking to the rear?
I have a PowerPoint I could
Okay.
share that may help, Madam Chair.
Okay, so we need to mark that as that is Exhibit 11. Okay, that's right. Go ahead.
Okay. 1 second as I share this. Not able to see. Is that sharing?
Yes, we see it's a double photograph of the home.
Correct. Okay, good. Let me see if I can. I'll just go through this way. Okay, perfect. So it is a historic home. It is the alley. You kind of see to the right here. I don't know if you can see my cursor. Is that showing up, the cursor? Okay. So as you look at the property, I'll go through the variances that Anna had summarized as well. Of the 4, the main focus here is the variance to the deck. Otherwise, it's pretty much just saying there's an existing house and it's an existing lot. I'm not sure what the other action would be other than to remove the house entirely. We're looking forward to building a single family home here that could be a good addition to this neighborhood. And as we're looking at that, the variance here to the deck siding is to go on top of a existing parking, off-street parking opportunity right now. And I'll kind of run through this here. The existing house is here in the lot. The alley is the public alley that's shown here. We're asking for a variance to allow us to put the deck on the backside of the property. The variance will allow us to build the deck up to the property line. You'll see here, and I'll go through it a little bit, but the 18th Street is a very tight street. Not a lot of great opportunities for off-street parking there on both sides, and I'll go through that in a second. But this view shows you how small the lot is. It does have a public alley access to the side of the project, and that's how I'll go through that, Madam Chair, on how we'll plan to access the property. So this is showing as people come down Summit Street, they turn into 18th Street to come down. This is a dead end. So in order to turn around, you pull into an existing opening here, inlet. I guess it's a curb cut. And then there's a residence here, but there's an alley here and an alley here, and cars turn around. So parking is really hard to even do where this vehicle that I've actually posted on there to see where a vehicle would be, but to back in and then back out to be able to get back out to Summit Street. There's no thoroughfare. There's no way to get through this alley. It goes on to this private lot here of the adjacent property. So there's a lot of turning around here. So there's minimum access on this narrow street. To build on that, there's existing asphalt parking on a lot of the sides of the property here. This one here is a fenced in area that you're not able to drive through, turn around and drive back out. And then This one here is another commercial existing lot with the fencing along the alley side of the property that kind of restricts the ability for somebody to drive in and essentially do anything then just back out of the alley and go back out. So what we're requesting is in the interest of, this is looking, you'll see here on Summit Street, like I was showing before, looking down the street, there's a curb cut that kind of brings it back a little more narrow here as it was originally established. So it makes the street pretty narrow. And for if you're actually driving down it and there's a vehicle on each side of the street, which oftentimes there are cars parked along this side of the street here. Some of the neighbors that have properties have minimal off-street parking as well and park cars on the street. If you park one on this side, which it is allowed, it's very challenging to get a vehicle through there. So there's really not a lot of opportunity for someone to actually park on this side of the street. So I just took a couple different shots here and these are all pretty close to the curb on both sides. And this is just a normal size vehicle, an SUV, not to mention a garbage truck or emergency vehicle of some sort would really struggle to get through if cars are parked on both sides. We looked at a couple options here. The property line is very small, as we've kind of gone through already. To get off-street parking, is it even possible on the front? And we've determined it's not really viable to put parking off-street up at the front of the house on the property because of the distance to the property line. We have, and kind of going back to the original 3 variances, we have actually reduced the size of the house. We've removed this and do not intend to put it back on. So we're actually freeing up some of the space to the property line, as well as on the backside, we've kind of removed a portion as well. But to kind of build on this, this is the existing survey. So the lot is fairly small. The existing house is here in this black line. This is the existing property after the bump out was removed that I mentioned, and the small portion was removed on the back of the house. This is the public alley. So to Madam Chair, to answer your question, how do you access behind the house? It's through this public alley right here to get off-street parking. Due to that narrow street on the front, we're hoping that off-street parking will allow us to be able to access through and not put another car on the street or 2 cars on the street. So we're proposing putting a parking stall here with a small retaining wall on the property on here, and then ultimately to build a deck on top of it. That's what we're asking for the 4th variance. That's new construction variance. As you'll see, this is the alleyway here, the back of the existing property. This is the building, the portion of it that's already been taken off because it was pretty much falling over and it was a dangerous building at that point. So we removed that off of the property. A couple more shots here as we go around. This is that public alley, the fencing that I mentioned, kind of blocking off the ability to turn around, but we anticipate or planning on putting a parking stall off street there. This shows the before and after. So the building, the portion that was there that was falling over has been removed. This is where we would plan on putting it on our property to allow a parking stall here of a vehicle to be able to be pulled off street. Kind of looking at it from the rear of the property, from the adjacent property to the south. This is the kind of the view and the existing conditions. There's a number of trees here. I think they're voluntary trees that are along the property line and the existing stones that are there, the prior retaining wall. So overall, this is kind of the view behind it. We're anticipating with some of the work happening there. This is the, sorry, am I going too quickly? Or is this
No,
okay?
you're fine.
Okay.
So those trees we just saw, those are on the neighboring property. Those belong inside the property lines of the parking structure.
Correct. The neighboring ones are on the outside of the retaining wall that would be along this side here.
Okay.
We have a couple options of the retaining wall scenario to play out, but this is the front of the house on this side. I'm sorry, did that answer your question?
It did. No,
Chair?
I
Okay.
understand now. Right. Okay.
So accessing it via the public alley here, the plan is to have this small retaining wall here and around, and building stairs to go from the lower parking stall to go up to the backyard. This is the property line on the east side. We have an alternative option. There's 2 options here, I guess I'm looking at here.
Mhm.
We had talked about putting it to where you could get a tandem 2 cars in there, possibly to build to this property line on this side with the no more than 6 foot tall retaining wall. It would just be a concrete wall to be constructed on our side of the property only, with no footings or anything going on the other property, the adjacent property. So With those options, the variance that's being requested today is to build the deck on top of that wall. So the intention is to build a carport here and dig out the existing earth here, put up a small retaining wall to retain the dirt as needed, and then put, after we're done, the decking on top to allow that to be a usable part of a backyard, since the backyard is so small. This is the, oops, I'm sorry, a couple more elevation views of
So,
it.
so Mr. Benjamin, are you trying to do the tandem parking or the single parking? What are you going forward with today?
I guess if there's no, as the variance is approved today, I think either one of these is applicable. It's my understanding that we're building to a 0 lot line. The decking would not go to the property line over on this side. It would just go to the stairway. So we wouldn't be any closer than the limit of the house as well. So the decking variance that we'd be asking for is just to go to the back of the property.
Okay. All right.
So it allows us to do either one of these two options. And I think that that's my understanding, is that this allows us to do one of these two options. We haven't determined final costs of which option we're going to go with, or we'd like to go with.
Okay. All right. Keep going.
This is the elevation view from the alley. This would be where you drive your car into here. We've proposed and have been trying to reach out to the property to the south to potentially remove the existing trees that are there and cover the costs of the trees. And then ultimately plant new trees back in at a lower elevation. So there'd be less retaining wall. There'd be new trees that would be planted to allow us to go to modify what's there. This is the east. This is the east elevation. Looking at the house. This is the back elevation with the new proposed trees. Instead of them being up a little bit higher elevation, we would dig that out and allow us to actually do to install this to where there'd be a more beautiful option at the end of the day to put in new trees. So you kind of go from this existing kind of some mulberry trees and kind of voluntary trees that are kind of straggled throughout here, not very well maintained, to ultimately a better, cleaner, nicer installation. We tried to meet up with the owners of the property to the south a few times in the past number of weeks, especially with the continuance here of our hearing. Have not heard back from them, even though we've previously had a lot of good discussions about the property and when we purchased the property. So this option, I think, is a good one for the beautification, as well as we can remove this existing retaining wall and clean it up. That's not what we're asking for today. I'm bringing it up for the context of, with the retaining wall going in the deck, the tree removal could be beneficial as well for all parties involved. So this is a view from the house looking back, and the stairway down. This is the new deck that we're asking to add on. So it's kind of an extension of the backyard. Looking at it another direction, like Anna had showed in the original slides, the property line would be right along the existing, the new concrete retaining wall, and the decking would just go up on top of that on our property only, not on the adjacent property. So with that, that's my presentation. I appreciate the time to present this. I feel like it is an older home in an older historic neighborhood. If there's a way to allow the variances, the three of them, to be approved to allow the existing building to stay as is today, as well as the ability to add the deck on the back of the parking structure, would be a really wonderful addition to this neighborhood. So appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Hernandez, you can stop sharing your screen now, Mr. Benjamin. Thank you. Mr. Hernandez, let's hear from you. I know you're here in opposition, so I'd like to understand why you're opposed to this, and if you would.
First off, I'm president of the West Side Neighborhood Association, so I'm representing the neighborhood. First, the neighbors to the south of him is an acupuncture center. And I spoke with them, and they are opposed to this too. They were online, but I guess they couldn't wait. You see what time it is. And they were online. They're opposed to the back structure because of the wall, the trees. They didn't want to remove the trees. They didn't really want another retainer wall on the backside. They figured it might disrupt what they have. And if you look, if you can bring a picture up on that side coming down the alley, you'd have to walk down to see, but you can't get a car to back out in there. You might turn in it, but you're not going to get a car to back out. And I don't know what kind of future plans you'd have to with the owners, whoever owns it. You're not going to get a car back out of there. It's too close. And like I said, I'm here in support of the acupuncture center. It's right to the south. I guess they got tired of waiting or had to get.
So Mr. Hernandez, are they the ones that have the parking lot with the overgrown trees that are not well maintained?
Yes.
Okay. And what is their concern?
taking the trees down. They don't want the trees down. They like them trimmed up, which I don't know who's responsible. But they want the trees to stay, and they don't want their retaining wall damaged any more than it was as they bought it.
Okay, I guess I'm not seeing much of a retaining wall. That's what I'm just trying to understand their position, Mr. Hernandez. I appreciate, yeah.
There's a retaining wall back there. It's a little small because it's sloping down.
Okay.
It really needs to be built up, but adding another wall back there would probably just do more damage than good.
And who, and the alley, is that a public alley? Can someone on the staff tell?
Sure, I guess it is. I forgot to look up on Parcel Viewer to find out.
Okay.
Do that. But
And
there's a existing fence. You can't back out of that. You might pull in. I don't care how much room you got right there. You're not going to be able to back a car out.
How wide is the public alley?
Looks like about 6 feet, maybe.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Benjamin. How wide is it?
It's a standard alley width. I can get the dimension here. It's on I can share the survey here. I don't have it dimensioned exactly here, but I could probably scale it to show. Would you mind if I shared the screen just to look at the alley? There's plenty of room to back a car. You can
That's
drive
fine.
2 cars down the street. I'll share my screen. So it's not as wide as the house is, obviously, but it's a fairly large alley there. Are you able to see my screen? I'm sorry, you're not. Okay, sorry. There we go. So it's not quite as wide as obviously with the house, but it's a little bit of an exaggeration that you can't. That's 3 feet. It's definitely wider than that, and you can see in this this photo here, it's at least two or three car widths wide as the alley. And as An had described, the property line is existing on the stone wall that's here. That's the property line, and then the other one is where they've obviously installed a fence here. So there's plenty of room and we've worked with an architect with forward design to map this out and make sure we're adequately providing a turnaround radius that can, not a radius, but a back in, back out scenario into a public alley.
Yeah,
Madam Chair, I just measured it. It's approximately 10 to 12 feet.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Anna. All right, yes, Mr. Hernandez, what else would you like us to know?
That's about the length of a car. So turn a car around, turn that car that's down the alley and face toward the house, and you'll see how much room you got. That's about the length of the car anyway, not much more.
Okay.
I guess if the opposition is about the logistics and being able to get a car in, I think that's at our discretion. You know, I mean, it's definitely viable to turn a car into that stall.
And you can see the trees in the wall right there. You can see the putting another foundation in there. I'm not sure. I don't think you're going to do any good. I think you're going to damage what's there. And the acupuncture center right there doesn't like it. I think there needs to be more talk with the acupuncture center before we move forward.
We've tried to reach out a number of times. I feel it's my understanding they're not sure exactly their position on the trees. We've wanted to discuss and have proposed us covering the cost to remove the existing trees and the mound, essentially the dirt that they're on currently, to allow us to put in. Let me pull this other image back up here.
As president of the West Side Neighborhood Association, we need to sit down with that center before we go forward.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I think we're going back and forth. Hopefully that's okay with this dialogue.
That's fine.
The statement I'll say is I think the variances that we're requesting is to bring this existing building into compliance. We've done all that. I think if the deck extension over is the issue, I feel like there's some opposition to the ability for us to dig and put in the retaining wall. I think the 3 of the 4 items are definitely ones that are just bringing it into compliance to allow us to build, you know, to renovate the existing structure as it stands today. It has since 1910, but the deck on the top doesn't seem to be the opposition's concern either. It's more about the existing conditions of the existing lot. So
they thought the deck might interfere with the trees too. They did say that.
Yeah, we can definitely cut the trees back to allow the deck to be put on and not affect the existing trees.
Trees, so you need to talk to them, like I just said. There needs to be more discussion before we move forward with this.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
yes.
I'm sorry. One last comment. We've been trying to reach out to the owner. I feel like they're not wanting to or didn't want to connect with us prior to this discussion today.
Okay.
We've been trying, you know, with the continuance from the September 14th date to today. this is tying up our building permit as well, this variance approval. And I'd like to do whatever we can to move that forward. We are wanting to renovate this house and improve this project on this lot. So I don't know if how that factors in, but we have been trying to work with the existing property owners there, and it's my understanding per code and the requirements for permitting that we're allowed to build to the property line with a wall. So that's really not even in I guess it is the variance is being requested, but it's my understanding that building to the property line, as long as the wall is less than 6 feet tall, is possible for a retaining wall in a non-habited space.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Board members, questions?
One item, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Benjamin, if you quit sharing your screen again, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, that's helpful. I jumped on the city's website, the parcel viewer, and according to the parcel viewer, that alley is 16 feet wide. FYI.
Okay. All right. Other questions about this project? And I think what's pending is the applicant wishes us to vote. I think Mr. Hernandez is asking for some sort of continuance. So those are your issues that I would need a motion on, one or the other. If you have no questions.
What were the qualifications again, Madam Chair?
Right. I think there are two issues here. You can either move forward and rule on this motion, the applicant's request. I think Mr. Hernandez is asking for some sort of continuance, if I understood his comments.
Thank you, understood. I would offer a motion, and with all due respect for the West Side Neighborhood Association, I would move that that the applicant's request be granted, including both of the options, the tandem and the single car that is represented in the plans, in accordance with the site plan and staff report.
I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Gorentz. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request is granted as stated. Thank you.
Thank you all. Appreciate your time.
Okay, let's move. We're going to do one more case, I think. Anna was telling me 29. Let's move to that case. Docket 29, case number 122. With an address of 7801 North Strathberry Avenue. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, as well as any other parties who are here in support or opposition of this matter?
Madam Chair, I'm promoting Miguel.
Okay.
It's the only person with their hand raised. There are other people on the line, but that's
okay.
the only one listed.
Okay, and everybody else is online, is all staff or otherwise now? Okay.
No, there are 5 other people. One of them is a staff person, but the other 4 are not, that are online still.
Okay. All right. Miguel, can you hear me? Can you turn on your camera and microphone, please? I feel like I've lost him. Oh, there he is at the top. Miguel, can you hear me? Have you accepted the invitation to join? Up there he is. Now, can you turn on your microphone, sir? I can see you, but I can't hear you yet.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay.
Thank you, sir. Okay, sir, could you state your name, please?
Miguel Ulrich.
Ulrich. Okay, and how is that? Is that A-U-R-I-C-H? Ulrich? Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, my daughter did this. I'm not computer savvy at all. She picked up and I have no idea what's going on.
Okay. Well, let's hope we get you through this and it'll be fine. All right. So, sir, can you raise your right hand with me to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, sir, the staff has created a report as it relates to your request for a special exception to the height of a fence. And so first, let me ask this question. Today, we have 4 board members to hear your case. And typically we would have 5, but we had to lose a board member because of other issues today. We can proceed to hear your case because a panel of 4 members is a quorum, and we can reach a decision that's enforceable. But if you proceed, you have to get all 4 of us to agree. So 5 board members always gives a person an option. If there's one person that they just can't convince, they can still get what they're asking for. Do you wish to proceed today and waive your right to have 5 board members hear your case?
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you, sir. All right. That being said, there's a staff report that's been created on your case, and it on the 3rd page of that, I'm sorry, on the 2nd page of that report, there's a listing of administrative exhibits that number 1 through 9. Those are items that are connected to your case. Do you have any objection to us, the board, looking at those 9 items today?
No,
okay. Fine. Exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. Among those is a PowerPoint, and I think Mr. Clements has this case, so he'll present that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before us, we have docket item number 29. This is case number BZA-2021-00122, located at 7801 North Strathbury Avenue. The zoning is R-7.5. The applicant is seeking approval of a special exception to allow for the installation of a 6-foot fence in their front and street side yard. This is the location of the subject site. It's there in the north of the city. This is a closer view of the subject site. The applicant recently installed a pool in their backyard and learned after digging that a 6-foot fence could only be built with a special exception, as Chapter 27 limits residential fences to 4 feet in height in the front and street side yards. The applicant is proposing a 6-foot fence surrounding his yard. This is the site plan that the applicant provided. The red dashed line shows the fencing. The pool is in the center there. This is the review criteria for special exceptions. That would be that there is good and sufficient cause to grant the exception commensurate with the degree and nature of the exception requested. The granting of the special exception will not adversely affect the appearance of the neighborhood or adjacent properties, and that the wall or fence is compatible with the existing residence in terms of materials, color, and design. With that, I will conclude my presentation.
Okay. Just so that I'm clear, the pool is to the rear of, I'm trying to decide where it is. I'm looking at this. So
to the east behind the home. So the home faces North Strathbury.
That's what I thought. Okay. So this is a corner lot.
Yes.
And but for it being a corner lot, it could have a 6-foot fence in the back of the house, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
And this is technically the back of the house, right?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Ulrich, have you talked with your neighbors about the height of this fence?
Yes.
Okay. Do any of them oppose it?
No.
What is the need? You're having this pool here. Have you had some sort of issues with the pool?
The pool is new, but since my house faces the street, there's a lot of kids in my neighborhood that can jump over 4-foot fence, and I work nights. I have an incident on video here where my neighbor's really close. We've been here about 20 years. So his daughter's like my daughter, and my camera caught her being nosy, and she actually fell in the pool with 1 foot of water in it already. And I'm just trying to keep it safe. It's not a safety issue. 4-foot fence facing the street. It's just anybody has access to my yard.
Okay. All right. Board members, do you understand this request or have questions? If not, I would entertain a motion. Yes.
Can I interrupt real quickly?
I'm sorry.
Madam Chair. It's Sarah. I don't know. For some reason, my camera, I'm in a different room today. It's not showing me. But anyway, we need to add chapter 27 as an exhibit. It's not listed on the staff report. And that's where the fence regulations are.
Okay. So I'm going
So
to
that's exhibit 10.
exhibit 10, which will be the chapter 27. Is that what you said, Ms. Baxter?
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
Chapter 27.
Will be admitted as exhibit 10. I'm sorry. Tom, you had a question.
Yeah, Mr. Ulrich, what kind of material is this fence made of?
It's just a wood, pine. a wood fence.
That you stain and stuff like that?
Well, it's cedar, so yeah, I gotta seal it.
Yeah, okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Okay, then I would entertain a motion. No motion?
Madam Chair, in case number 780, I'm sorry, that's wrong. Madam Chair, in case number 122, I recommend that the applicant's request be granted in accordance with the site plan and the staff report.
I have a motion for Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second for Mr. Gorinch. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request has been granted. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right.
Have a great day.
Yeah, you too. All right. So I believe that we've taken the cases. Is that correct, board staff?
Correct.
Anna and Joe, that we can take today. And then you had some other questions for us that you wanted to discuss that were docketed. Is that true? Or have we addressed all that?
Am I okay to leave by chance?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, we've heard all the cases. So everyone who's non-staff can drop off, please. Yeah.
Also,
Madam
Madam Chair,
Chair,
I'll add that, oh, sorry, Joe. I'll just add that the code of ordinances is listed in the exhibits for that last case. So we're all good to go there.
Okay, well, I've doubly admitted it now, so we're really good. Okay, all right, and we still are on the record because I thought there were other matters on our agenda. So before we let the court reporter go, I just wanted to make sure that Joe and Anna or whoever didn't have other issues we needed to address.
I do not.
Okay.
We're good.
Okay, folks, well, we're on our path to catching up. I appreciate your help efforts today, and hopefully by the end of October, we'll start to see a more normal pattern and get these caught up by the end of the year. So I hope that will be the sake for the public. So thank you all very much. Have a great afternoon, and we'll see you in 2 weeks. We are adjourned. You can go off the record.
Off the record at 2:05 p.m. Thank you, everybody.